Sector 05. Midnight Tales. Index I. The Old and the Firefly. 2:12 p.m. 3. Roberto and Fausto. 4:12:01. V. Max Ventura against the disappearance of von Sidon. 6:12:01. 7. There's something out there. 8:12:02. 9 Sector 05. X1203. 11. Dawn and ADI, necropsistas, and doctorate in resuscitation. 12:12:04. 13. The Book Gulsi. 14. Pity, Samson, and I. 15:12:05. 16 Damn Dogs. The Old and the Firefly. Late afternoon in a tearful Sunday. The sun was hiding. The cuckoo old clock was about to hit 19h00 min hours. Old Mr. Antonio Vigil is sitting on the balcony looking at his garden, which no longer flower long, resting on a made rocker blue and red nylon threads. Mr. Vigil took in quick gulps his little glass of rum and remembered his wife Mary, who buried at 1400 hours the same day. So much that could be said, and in 45 years of marriage was not so much to do and also not done. Mr. Antonio had never been an easy man. Street children nicknamed the various bad names also could. He never returned the balls that fall in your yard and not the pipes of your roof. Antonio Vigil was a man of average age, maybe a little grouchy, and far from in his youth was an example. His house was typical, an iron wicket gate, an old garden, green walls and flowers up to the ceiling, a glass every elegant small door on the side of a very large window. Antonio gets up and goes, there is all old. A small home which was already lower when it was more cheerful. Allegra by the presence of their 3 children. Vanier, Fabiani and Vinicius. Passing through one of these handmade curtains he comes into the kitchen, opens the refrigerator and beige find an almost empty refrigerator, almost empty with food without flavor or value, takes only a minor cheese plate, back to the room and sits down in his chair. Place the dish on the table next to it, with the broken lamp, with slow steps walk up to the TV, which of course, was no TV last generation, and above the display shelves drizzled many pictures of friends and family. Friends who have long not seen. And children who made it take you to drive home after the funeral. Was I bad? Mr. Antonio thought, realizing so provided a sad life with happy moments and not the opposite to his wife and children. Always caused quarrels and discussions with their children, he was not always faithful to those who loved him. Did Mary in heaven, now knowing all the waiting? Will there be forgiveness? Or when hit my boots will stay as I am now at the end of my life? In solitude. With slow steps, back to his chair, watching the news and very tired. Falls asleep without delay. The hours pass, missing 5 minutes to hit midnight. Firefly enters through a window opening, running through the room and lands on the immense nose of Mr. Antonio. He mutters, coughing, and turns his nose from one side to another. Firefly flies in your ear to Zumbizzer, but the nose of Antonio it back to land. Mr. Vigil now agrees with the clock striking midnight. The noise of the old cuckoo clock on the wall bothers him not so much as the insect landed on it. His eyes come to Invesgar for Firefly can see. He grabs a magazine and rolled it. Without much thought, strikes the Firefly, but can only hit yourself. Up, sideways, in circles in every way the little Firefly flies to get rid of the blows of Mr. Antonio, who could only break the objects around you. Firefly lands on one of the shelf picture frame on the television. The blow is so strong this time tipping the shelf with all the pictures on the floor. The Firefly alights on the door and the old man turns his back to him, looking at a picture in dusty black and white on the ground. He kneels, clean the broken glass and dusts. It was a picture of him and his wife still young, while still dating. An old photo forgotten after the other. Mr. Antonio then tells his word throughout this dissertation. With tears in his eyes he asks, forgiveness. Behind him, the restless Firefly begins to shine ever stronger, until the light takes care of the entire room. And when you turn out no more Firefly, but the image of his late wife as beautiful and young as pictured. Maria reaches out and says, "For those who love, there is always forgiveness." Mr. Antonio looks at the chair and sees still asleep. Wipes away the tears, also extends his hand. Upon reaching the hand of Mary, he also regains a youthful appearance of the picture. The light now takes care of them, and to reduce a single firefly goes out the window crack, flying to the sky becoming a bright spot, and others in space. I know you will say that my story has just cliché, but believe me, somewhere happy forever they are being. End. 12 p.m. I try to understand some facts that night. I stood there watching the clock high on the wall, he played exactly banging 12 o'clock. I should be sleeping like every child of 10 years old. But a noise in the room woke me, the reason for the noise behind me. My father sat in front of the clock, shoot himself in the head. He was still holding his gun and his eyes were open. Blood drops in his hands. Death appears to midnight. The gates of hell open. Screw the dead. Roberto and Fausto. Roberto, 38, black hair, brown eyes, about 1.65. Wake up all the 11:40 p.m. evening. I took a half hour or 40 minutes bath, drank black coffee with 2 sugars, put his slacks with white shirt and tie. As drug seller in drugstores, starts his day early. Get the first bus to the city center at 5 o'clock in the morning. Its sales were bad, had no money to buy school supplies for your child, and could not stand his wife complaining about the late debts. Roberto spent a sleepless night because his firm was making cuts and he was sure he would be fired, as would a news report these to Ana Paula, his wife. On August 28, 1969, his radio alarm clock, he awoke a little later that morning. He played a release at the time, Old Brown Shoe. His routine was the same. In the square of St. Benedict he sits, having shot all morning and not having spent a single application for sales. He rests a few minutes and then crosses the crowd. A tall man about 1.80, slim, bespectacled, with chain and gold watch, proboscis with Roberto. "Ha, I'm sorry, wait. Roberto, right? Yes, and you?" Fausto. "Gosh, I do not think you're so different, it is so thin and with a great look." "Yet, I lost weight 30 kilograms, a special diet." "You are a horrible face, looks tired." "Yet, things did not go very well for me after we left the school." "Financial problems?" "Yes. Well, I inherited from my father his car agency, I need a new manager, what do you think?" "Just like old times, you free my face is not?" Laughs. "So, what do you say?" "It would be great, wait until Ana Paula know." "Wait, you married Pauline, huh? I'm happy for you, you always liked her." "Yet, I think a new job saved our relationship. Why not have lunch with us this weekend? Paula would love to see you." "It will not be possible this weekend, go to the wetland, fishing is my hobby. I always wanted to fish." "Good, then we can combine, I seek you in your home Saturday at 8 a.m. And next week lunch at his home." Roberto was so happy to see his old friend Fausto that week passed like a flash. And by Saturday morning, the two down the river, Fausto down once a month. Fausto laughed and remembered the old days while rowing. Roberto was apprehensive because he could not swim very well and did not let go the map indicating the direction of the river they were going down. At one point the river it divides. "Now Fausto? The map does not indicate this deviation. The two face the same place, beginners will the left, the right is a little narrow but we will get much faster to the destination. We'd better get the appropriate place. Calm Roberto, know it with the palm of my hand." Even against Roberto will both followed the narrow path. Faust asks to stop rowing. While observing an expansion in water, very strong, which is moving beneath the water, changes direction through the bottom of the canoe, hitting them. The canoe balance from one side to another. Roberto panicked because there was swimming as well as Faust, despite its life-saving body. What the hell is this? I do not know. Calm down. Look up ahead. Faust looks on as Roberto said. What is that? An alligator, puppy, we have to wait it out of the way, they are still pretending drunk to turn canoes. The alligator slowly sank and quickly crashed into them, turning the canoe. Roberto struggles, in panic, could not swim. Dark and muddy waters of the river prevented him from seeing. Fausto dives and puts his arm on Robert's neck, which in seconds feels teething cross arcades get his left leg. A second was enough to break the Roberto leg in 3 exposed parts. The alligator tries to run but his prey escapes. Fausto can swim up to the Eves River. An open place with a little mud and surrounded by woods. There was no way back for the canoe as it had snapped in 2. Roberto could not even scream, only fought teeth and feared being attacked again. Calm down, he will not return. How can you be sure? Here is place for alligator, they go down the river still young. It was just a puppy, if an adult you do not escape. He's still learning to hunt, he must have gone down the river. How do we go from here? If we do not until the end of the day, the police is beginning to search the river. I'll immobilize his leg and stop a little blood with leaves. First night. I'm thirsty. This almost dark, I hear a waterfall. I'll get water for us. How will I be alone? I cannot move, no legs, no arm, I cannot move my neck. Do not worry, nothing will happen to you. Just like old times, is not it? I saved your skin. Roberto just gave a weak smile and squinted twice, breathing deeply, as if from a reliable confirmation. Fausto took a knife, grabbed his friend's hand, placing it on Roberto's chest, making hold the knife with the cutting edge down. Fausto dropped the hand of Roberto and looked again at him with a fear of looking to leave him there. Faust turns and runs to the middle of the forest. A few hours passed and Fausto did not return. Eyes corner Roberto, watching the river for fear of what may appear and take down the water. On the other hand, via the thicket that as darkness fell less be seen. Roberto barely felt his body, only a feeling of chill caused by the ants that came up and gnawed his wounds. A noise in the bushes with a panting catches his attention. Your heart races and only his eyes move. Something moves fast from behind the tall grass, running from one side to another. Sometimes I stopped and panted. When the breath is calmed, he felt that all the noises around him diminished, his heartbeat, the river, the wind. He feels he would be attacked, and terrified cries until his voice quiver with hoarseness. Roberto calms down and tries to hear something but nothing heard. He cries and laughs in repeating panic. God, God, get me out of here. Fausto, running back with all water bottles filled with water, gives drink to his companion and wash the wounds. Roberto falls asleep. Just before he sleep, Faust says near the waterfall was capybara and grabs the machete, promising to return with food. Roberto described the incident in the woods. Fausto did not pay much attention, he believed to be the result of fear, hunger, or even headquarters. Once Roberto woke, Fausto had surrounded it with leaves to have more comfort and also made a bonfire. How are you feeling? I do not feel my left leg. It is plausible, since suffered a serious injury on her. In fact, the little I know you will stop feeling your body, little by little. But if you feed my special diet will become stronger. Laughs. You will recover your moves slowly, he must have injured the muscles, so the movements return. Now try to eat a little. Fausto, approaching a piece of meat, stuck the tip of the knife to the mouth of Roberto. Tomorrow will already be looking for us and we go to eat the food of Paul and Ha, laughs. Maybe we should stay here so. More laughter. Second night. I'm tingling all over the body and do not feel my leg, right knee down. Fausto? Fausto? Roberto kept calling Fausto unanswered. Cannot move yet, not even turn his neck. Roberto begins to feel sick and everything starts spinning, the sun burns on his face. Blinking his eyes tight, feel a burden to open them. Roberto faints, waking up still dizzy. He saw a figure very close just watching him. "Fausto, are you?" But the peculiar figure Roberto sees no answers, only notes. Roberto cannot see with peripheral look at what would only realize a hidden human figure by the shadow that the sun produces strong in itself. The shadowy figure begins to breathe breathless as what was previously in the bush. Again he faints and wakes up, this time only at night. "Fausto? Fausto?" Nothing, his friend back. "I do not feel my left arm. There's something here, I know." "Who are you? What you want?" Roberto shouts. "What made Fausto?" A roar comes from the forest. A very strong keening cry. "Fausto! I know that voice. Fausto!" Roberto shouts. "Fausto!" No more crying nor answer. But Roberto does not give up. "Fausto! Fausto! Fausto!" Until then it is returned in a loud and desperate voice. "Roberto! Roberto! No, Roberto! No!" The euphoric cries of Fausto get weaker and far, until both are silent. The night passes slowly and calmly. Third night. Roberto slept all day, and waking up frightened after a nightmare with flashes of all that had happened since he met Faust in St. Benedict, his nightmare followed the sound old brown shoe, which was slower and distorted voice. "Someone runs the brush toward you, from the bottom up." It was Faust. Roberto could see that he was shirtless and despite not having a visible cut was covered in blood with the knife in his right hand and an evasive look. "What happened, Fausto? I thought you were dead." "I'm sorry, was not in my plans, end up stuck here. Sometimes a campo the entire weekend, but this time I did not plan it." "Did you see something in the woods?" "Yes." "What? What did you see, Fausto?" "Anything. Anything? What you saw?" "A demon. Inside everyone there is a good and an evil. I saw the evil that is inside a man." Wendell *superscript 1. "It makes no sense what you're talking about, Fausto." But Fausto kept repeating. "Wendell, you need to calm down. I need you to calm down. I do not feel pain, do not feel anything, just feel very thirsty." Fausto crouches and gives drink to his friend. "We will survive, Fausto." I will, Roberto. Now I have to prepare something for you to feed." Last night. Roberto can already move his neck, feel blood in his throat, to look left and see the water move. And the bow of a small boat written R.P.F. Forest Police Rescue. Moving the neck everywhere, can see everything around you. His body, forest, and Fausto. Fausto crouches with a piece of meat at knife point by placing the mouth of Roberto. The officers who were in the boat could not believe the scene they saw. Roberto was found not part of both legs and both arms free. There was a fire that gave its location. It was 2 pieces of wood holding his scrawny right arm. And Fausto? Fausto was naked, covered with blood and feeding her friend with her special diet. Faust is the protagonist of a popular German legend of a pact with the devil, based on medical, magical, and German alchemist Dr. Johannes Georg Faust, 1480–1540. The name Fausto has been used as the basis of many fiction novels, the most famous of the author Goethe, produced in 2 parts, having been written and rewritten over almost 60 years. The first part, most famous, it was published in 1806 and the second in 1832, the eve of the author's death. Considered cultural symbol of modernity, Faust is a poem of epic proportions reporting to Dr. Faust tragedy, man of science who, disillusioned with the knowledge of his time, makes a pact with the devil Mephistopheles, which fills with the satanic power insufflator a passion for technique and progress. *superscript 1 Wendels is a tribe of people-eaters. Legend has it that were half man, half bear, and that by eating human flesh they acquired strength and knowledge of that person. Ibn Fadlan Ahmed, Ahmed ibn Hamid ibn Razid from the ibn Alabs ibn Fadlan of, in his manuscript on his experience and study alongside the Vikings describe the Wendals dressed in bearskin to scare your enemies and devouring human bodies that were not of his tribe. Google Tradutor para Empresas Google Toolkit de Traduco para Abstradutor de Sites Global Market Finder. Max Ventura against the disappearance of von Sidon. Introduction. December 11, 2007. 5:15 in the morning, the end of the year. The capital is empty. The preference of Sao Paulo this time of year is the beach. I had to stop being researcher. Most know the investigators and civilian police. I dropped my office to start my own business. I remember well that morning of Monday I was standing on the corner of A.V. Paulista with Brigadier Row, looking at the building where was the gaff I rented the 15th floor. It was raining heavily that morning, crossed quietly, barely passing people or cars in the two avenues. Some buses crossed the Sao Paulo too fast for a rainy day. The watchman at the old building, falling apart, greeted me with a half smile. "Give me a good day." He had a white mustache, yellowed tips for coffee that should have taken in a bar nearby. "Give her back to me," and opens the huge doors of business premises. Mr. Sidney I, the watchman, wearing a transparent raincoat, in his shirt behind was written Special Vigilance, also had shoes so highly polished that led to see them with VS recorded in the shoe tongue. Very expensive for a lookout. When I entered I felt a chill down your spine and the smell of blood the heart of the city of Sao Paulo has. I shook my beige mainly spreading water in me. Another guy comes while I wait for the elevator. Well dressed, young, 22 to 25 years maximum. His umbrella was as black as his suit. It was a corrupt little lawyer. His name was Matthew. Your Sydney had told me all about this scrotum. Besides the guy, he was racist. I would not share the elevator with a racist. I pulled a little overcoat for him to see my .32 holstered. I entered the elevator and he said he was going next. Matthew, the lawyer, has continued to rise because I'm black or because I'm armed, but because I'm black and I'm armed. An I cop attitude. The bandit's feet scuff he advocated were not going to go any further in his office, which happened to be in the same corridor as mine. When the door opened on the 15th floor, on the floor I noticed one of the best style Dick Tracy hat. Modesty part was great for me. There I was standing in front of my gaff at number 43, with an old wooden door with piece of glass with blinds from the inside. I put a sticker left to right and pulled from right to left. So I had been engraved on my office door. Max Ventura, private detective. The seductive and mysterious client. Actually my real name is Mark Venturano Carlos Silva Filho and, between us, is not a good name for a detective, right? In the 80s I remember I went to the movies with my dad. My late father, who was already quite old at the time, and I were cracked by an action movie. Today barely remember the name of the movie, but the hero's name was strong and showed that he was tough cookie. So I adapted the hero of the movie name to mine, and also the first two letters of the name matches the first two the second two letters of the second name. M and A. Thus arose Max. Also always been a fan of the adventures of Detective Holmes, adapted Adventures Venturano. I did not change a lot. Thus arose Ventura. Asterisk superscript 1. I changed my name, notarized, and am now officially Max Ventura. My office was typical office of a classic English detective. Through the first door you was in a small room with a left to the hanger where I hung my hat. Via a door like the first in front of the first small room had many rolls and stacked documents every corner, a small table with some thrown photo materials on top of it, and closed the toilet door. Since the other side of the room had a larger table with an old typewriter, there was no computers there. Next to this table had a brown choir sofa and old scratched by the nails Marshall. Marshall was a black kitten that I had still found puppy a year ago, hitting the window of my house, let him in, gave milk, put to sleep in a cardboard box and put under my bed. I just a Candomi. He now lives in the Marshall office. It is like a farm cat. The fan attached to the first room chandelier made so much noise that seemed likely to fall in the second room. My office had a huge window where you could see the whole street. In front of the window, my desk, which had a lamp that might be more sophisticated thing of the sight. It was also a small classic room, and it was so dark that there seemed to be all black and white. Oh yes, of course, and armchairs of a place, in front of my desk, equal to the first room, but my room in turn had a bathroom, much larger, with a great shower that never warmed up. Captain Salgama the Go was a great friend of mine and the wife of Captain Marcio Salgama. He was toasting his patience for him to get a job for the youngest child. A part-time. Well, with this I packed an apprentice in the profession. Eric was a little embarrassed, but it was a good kid. He had just turned 17 and I gave him one of these machines to take old and snapshots. With those big beams of light above. I am a hardcore fanatic detective stories. Eric could only work strictly speaking. Beret, shoe, even a vest with a pocket watch. When he came in for his first day of work with the hair thrown to the side full of gel, the huge machine in the neck and an idiot grin on his face, looked more like a WAP mafioso than a Brazilian underpaid. Eric, appearing to work, sir. Elementary. Wow, I was feeling accomplished. I was living one of my favorite stories. Now I just needed to ascend my cigar, as I had not a pipe, put my feet on the table and wait for the first customer in. Then she appeared. First can see only half of his body by the shadow of the door window. Turning the knob slowly, she entered. Crossing his legs one in front of the other with elegance. It was the kind of girl who never goes unnoticed, long thin legs, red Prada shoes, the same color dress and huge hat, nails done well and long, large glasses to a small, delicate face and white skin, unmarked and smooth and blonde hair. Eric came to fall off the chair when she came to my office. He sat down and crossed his right leg over the left, slowly removed his glasses, and I saw those big blue eyes that only less drew attention because of its staring neckline. Marshall jumped from my lap to the floor. She took plaqué in ha with my name written, read, and directed to me. Max Ventura? Yes ma'am. Deborah Marsa von Sindon. She reaches out and squeezes my with his fingertips, showing a shift in character. We can say much in a handshake. No, I can help you. My husband disappeared 3 days ago. I made a BO at 52 degrees Sem, but nothing seems to be done about it. I want to find out what really happened. Then she hands me an envelope with recent photos of her husband. A man who must have been about 72 years and at about 25 to 26 years old. Any chance to be another woman? It ignores the question and answers as if he had asked something else. Alexander had some property, some money in the bank and a lot of debt, but he had saved some money in a safe where only he knew the password. He claimed to have close to $1 million stored real, and a few family jewels. The money was from the sale of your business shoes. That money is gone. On the same day he, along with your car. And the safe was found by Helena, our maid, open. In the money was an inheritance. All precisely divided in his will, which I have witnessed. What the plate? Color? Mark this car? The board is equal to all his cars is written von Sidon. The color is white, and the brand I would not know, do not know anything about cars. Only those who understand cars. That house was he and his little niece. Someone might want to kill him? I realize this rivalry with such niece, but ignore it per hour. At that moment the widow took another envelope with 5,000 reis, and threw on the table as part of the payment plus expenses. He says the envelope also meet a number if I need to find it. A little nervous after I ask about someone want to kill him. She picks up his black rain guard to the corner of the room and go out wearing his jacket, which was to enter into his arms. I tried to reach her, but it seems I was always a second delay it. I could see the tip of the jacket through the door into the hallway and see the tip of the jacket cross the elevator door. I ran up the stairs skipping some steps to get before the elevator. When I reached the ground floor the elevator was empty. I walked as fast as possible to the boulevard, and ended up twisting his left foot. the affondando a can of water that wet rain sidewalk, with the open sky and a blazing sun on the busy avenue. No sign of the mysterious woman. Mr. Sydney, the blonde girl who came to Little, went through here? I'm sorry, I did not see her leave. You had seen this woman here before? She's my niece, I do not have much contact with her, but all they heard the disappearance of her husband, then pointed to Deborah. Come here to talk to you, Ventura. She signed the record book. How all? Yes. I turned the big book, old, yellow pages with a pen attached to a string to me. She had signed with the initials of the two first names and surname. D.M. von Sidon. You said all learned of the case of her husband. Yet, he went on TV all day. The great millionaire Victor Johansson Alexander von Sidon was reported missing. Thank you. I thanked him and entered the elevator to go back to my office. On the floor, I spotted a lawyer card Matthews standing slipper. What would be the point of this little lawyer on my client? She sure you dropped this. When the elevator opened on my floor, I could not help exchanging a look with another bum in Matthew's office door. Some green ink tattoos in the neck and hand, burned skin from the sun, badly shaven and bad hair, and his beard dirty appearance. The ripples in the skeleton of his face did not deny the use of drugs. He looked me up and down with folded arms, stroking his right hand the left bicep. Matthew had his back to me. He looked at me over his shoulder, rubbed his fingers, as if afraid or are nervous. Whispered in the ear of another guy came. Sometime, without delay, he followed Matt to his room, closing the door slowly without stop staring at me. And I did not do for less. Do not look away. Eric? Yes. You saw something on TV about Victor Johansson Alexander von Sidon. Of course, you are going non-stop on TV. I want you to do something for me, find out everything you can about the stuff that went on TV. It's all right. It's easy, just need to go to any internet cafe and download all the videos. I gave some money to Eric and I sit in my office. Scattered 3 photos of Victor on the table over the phone from his beautiful, mysterious, and intriguing wife. I took my cigar and leaned against the chair turned to the window behind me. I knew that the police should not be investigating anything. I had in my hands the first case. I took a chip in the closet, and I made my first case file's registration notes. Case number 01. Case 500 Reasons to Go Away with a Millionaire. Prologue, Max Ventura against the disappearance of von Sidon. Looking track with magnifying glass. My first search for von Sidon millionaire was in DHPP. When down the Consolation Avenue I noticed what Eric spoke. All television's bars spoke the name of the disappeared. In one of the bars he passed Deborah crying for news. In DHPP, homicide and protection of persons, everything was to Pico's asterisk. Typical, common. Identification with functional through the turnstile, a special attention to cases framework for civil police at the entrance, the lifts always full to the various police divisions. I go down on the 4th floor of a cramped elevator, my left side the homicide division and the right, the person protection division. With slow steps in a quiet corridor, only shaken by a small hits mouth asterisk with a gang in the hall. In industry decredi, police of racial crimes and intolerance offenses. In the last of the person protection division room. The site investigator did the standard process, and contacted the IMLs, Legal Medical Institute, and SVOC, Coroner's Service of the Capital/Center, or entries in hostels and PS, emergency room. I just had to go back to the apartment and wait for what Eric collected and also expect the investigator of DHPP call and tell me what you found. I walked up the Brigadier Row Tobias Avenue thoughtful, looking for the paupers sleeping in boxes. With little hope of finding it, with the search of memory. I walked through the door of my room and turned on the old TV full of static electricity and drizzled perhaps past something. I left the TV turned on in the main room and sat in my office. Marshall jumped in my lap and slept as I stroked behind his ear. Max. Eric, you get anything? Yet, look, I brought everything printed, it seems that's the one. Victor Johansson Alexander von Sidon was Swedish, a family of golden cradle, had a large company of shoes, was even bankrupted so many debts of his 3 children and had some enemies within the family. And who are they? Linnea Way, his ex-wife, who was betrayed and exchanged for Deborah. She has some problems with alcohol, which for her is redundant because it is a specialist in wine and whiskey and also specializes in exotic cuisine, with a large knowledge of fish, and even has some well-sold books on these 2 issues. Arthur's eldest son, Bruno the middle, and Isabella the youngest, fought a lot with him for wanting to leave part of the estate to Nina, his only niece, the daughter of a sister who died of cancer in the lung. Nina, which was created by him, is a professional in a nightclub in Augusta Street. And what she does in this club? Eric looked at me with dog face, quarreled and said, maybe it sells roll. Oh. Okay, I get it, of course. Or maybe she's the NGO donate clothes, so it is without. All right, that's right. Maybe it is representative of cosmetics jewelry. Or maybe she's a dedicated blogger. Elementa, let's get back to the case. Can be it paint black stripes on white horses and name the zebras. Eric. Who knows, she is writing a book of a Brazilian detective who thinks he's English. Eric. Or perhaps, and this to me is the most likely, she was investigating the disappearance of his uncle, and began looking for clues with magnifying glass. Eric K. Shut up, back to the list of von Sidon enemies, please. Excuse Max, I got carried away. Whatever. Continues. The phone, black in color, with the numbers in circular shape that was still rotating to dial, played before Eric finished the list. It was the DHPP. I listened carefully. Eric sits, Marshall wakes, jumps from my lap and stretches lying front legs, caressing the boy's leg. Then we had news search in IML. And then we have a body, with descriptions. Without identification. Take this number, call Deborah, says that we have a body with the description and for her not to talk to anyone. I do not want the media on top of that. All right, boss, I'll call. I'll ask Mr. Sidney to call us a taxi to find the IML. All right, but Max, before reading the whole list for you, I will forward you the latest and most interesting name on the list. Who? Our neighbor, lawyer. Matthias. Yes, he was the deceased's lawyer. Arthur lived taking of jail, for possession of drug crimes, light, small fruits. A addict's son? Yet. And with many debts to traffickers. This is undoubtedly the most problematic of the 3 children. What does not leave the others behind, as Bruno lived by the company that went bankrupt, and blames the father for it, but it, even though work hard, never paid any of his accounts, but all children are the one who I knew how to make money and not spend. Of course I'm talking about not spending his and not his father. And Isabella spent a fortune on ballads, psychologists and psychoanalysts, and yet was much time traveling around the world bursting with credit cards. I'll call the widow and I'll tell you more on the way. Husband dead is not betrayed. In the morgue door, waiting Deborah, as he watched in disbelief as Eric could fumble for both, taking candy from one of these machines. A white limousine, with uniformed driver in front of me, for the driver opens the door, and a white dress like the car and a huge earring, valuable stones in the ear, Deborah said. Accompanied with a big man with a tattoo of a bird in the neck. The 2 kiss as if the bodies caught fire, and he says down looking for me I would wait for her in the car. Eric back to my side with crossed arms full of candy. Who is the gorilla? Kissing her? Dead husband is not betrayed. Or is no longer, both speak at the same time. Deborah approaches, lights a cigarette. Let's go? Sure, but cannot enter smoking. Whatever. She throws the cigarette against the wall behind me, showing his stress. Eric could not enter the room. As we passed through the door, it was as if everything turned a silent movie film, with fast, strong and exaggerated scenes. Welcome expressions of necropsysta with your eyeliner highlighting the wide format of your eyes. And the mysterious girl seemed innocent lady in white clothing and fine pout, small strokes, as if that ranged to cover the face, while the necropsysta insane, my friend sometime, kissing her hand as a greeting. He opens the drawer where the body is as it appears a work of art. He pulled the body of the sheet slowly, and confirmation of the body came with Deborah hiding his face and disguising their crocodile tears. What silently, the necropsysta and I agree with looks, it was fake. Before leaving she looks back over her shoulder, everything is dark and focuses in his eyes that carry a white light range. Following our silent film, the necropsysta and I shook hands quickly in exaggerated way again. I put my hat and those signs with Gothic letters write the phrase "Goodbye, friend," was of great help. Walk out of your room and in my mind everything takes color and sound. Who was the last person to be with von Zidon? Nina, Deborah says contemptuously. It is best to talk to her, but find it hard to find it, it keeps changing nightclub. I have an idea where she is. I'll interrogate her and I will contact you. I want to score a few people and talk to all of you before the death of von Zidon will fall in the media. Wait, the connection, Max. A kiss side of the left ear, she gives me a slight breath telling me to be careful with Nina, she is a seductive snake. The tattooed brute opens the door for his mistress playing in a kiss the distance and get in the car. The guy looks at us, gets the buckle feel and follows the way in the limo. So Max, was the old man? Yes, himself. She does not seem to be too sad. Not even. What is the cause of death? Let's eat and tell you everything. After lunching, what the next step? Let's talk to Nina. You have work address? Yes. Is that I can get? You know, take some pictures for the case. No. We got into the taxi and follow the way of the city center. Give hope luck she still be there. Seductive snake. On the street the work of von Zidon Muniz, Eric took the taxi. The cabaret where the girl worked was common to that region. A mirrored front and a security guard should not have training and was slightly drunk, screaming to attract public. Things like, come, just have family girls are all appertatenhas, tight with the account of light, water, rent, come and help them pay the bills. Another in so thin door that could not bear to separate a fight. Some vessels of cheap flowers. And the cigarette smell was strong. I talked to a guy with colored clothes and a number of rings and chains. He had a different accent, probably southern, and me looking over his sunglasses. I identified myself, and despite the difficulty in understanding because of loud music, John De Ondiro, site owner who served me, he tells me to go and Nina will dance. An older girl who works on site serves me a soda with ice. As I sat in one of the chairs with a small table, she must have been 35 to 37 years. What is old for that profession? The same speaks in the ear of a girl who can barely see behind a stage partition looking at me. Possibly, Nina. The music changes to a slower tune that accelerates each bar of the letter. The lights dim. A short stature girl in pink hair and short, too thin, but well-distributed body and athletic. Black high heels, an official clothing of the law, and cover that hid a snake camouflage lingerie. The shoulders follow the rhythm of the music, she had seen looking straight at me. With a sensual walk it approaches the pole dance. When jumps and twirls it small fires burst behind the stage and the music is more rhythmic, fires decrease behind the stage. Your clothes out of your body cries means, and yet those black and small eyes with dark makeup and pulled as oriental, do not leave me. Nina pushes the table and dance in front of me. I must admit that for a few minutes my ideas are shuffled. Your body turns slightly while bumping on my, sliding his back on my chest. Pulling with the left hand my face against her and putting my hand on her waist without stop moving. I heard you wanted to see me. I do not remember having gone out with you. That's not it. It is the first time me? No, I just want to talk. Nina turns around with his hands on my shoulder without dancing to sit on my lap. What kind of pervert are you? Is not it? What is it then? It is about the disappearance of von Sidon. Without leaving my lap, but without dancing now, with the same look in my eyes. They found him? Yes. How is he? Only I answered, motioning with his head, saying no. Before the end of the song, she grabs her clothes and go to a makeshift dressing room in the back. I followed behind her. She drew tears from his eyes. The place looked like a trailer for a theater star with so many lights. I know it's not the time, but we need to talk. Who are you? My name is Max Ventura. I'm a detective and I was hired by Deborah to discover what is happening. Deborah is an opportunist. You were the last to be with him, is not it? Can we talk outside? If you can wait for me, I'm already out, just get me. All right, I'll be out there. Outside I paid the taxi and spoke to Eric take home. His service was done an hour and we would have a full day in the morning. Nina came out with a couple of hours late with a striking red skirt, short with a brown fur coat and a very tacky small bag of leopard cloth. Come on, you, this car? My car is at the mechanic. What car do you have? A 1939 Chevrolet black. A Chevrolet? What, you're a groupie of Raymond Chandler asterisk. Let's go, with a smile. We climbed the Augusta Street and gone astray in any street. Any sense-free mug was clarifying a few things to her without revealing too much. I'm telling you, they're in that family, anything can happen. What did the last time you saw? He left me in college door. He thought even if I came to the center to study. He said something relevant? No. But I felt that he wanted to talk. He was wondering about life after death, if I believed in God. But it was not clear. I know that something was bothering him. There's something. Not on von Sidon was about me. I had been receiving threats, letters left in the clubs where I worked, written magazine clippings saying that would reveal the von Sidon my profession. Any suspects? No, but there's a guy who followed me in recent weeks, gave me goosebumps. It has some green ink tattoos in the neck and hand, burned skin from the sun, badly shaven and bad hair, and his beard dirty appearance. The ripples in the skeleton of his face did not deny the use of drugs. I would like to see the cards. Nina takes the crumpled letters from her purse and hands it to me, all huddled together. And I look quickly and keep the inside of my coat pocket. When I was with Deborah today, she was with another man. Tall, strong, with a neck tattoo. Who is? Douglas, her lover. The guy is a pig. He worked for my uncle as private security. Deborah. AVSPP, in private personal security guard. He was a lawyer's statement. Matthias? You know him? Let's say yes. Why do you work with that? His uncle considered you a daughter. You do not need that. Do not judge me. I think I saw you look at me. What do you expect? A sad story. Because it does not exist. I do because I like what I do. So if going to judge me, at least pretend not to be interested. Why do you think that would interest me for you? My interest is in the case. Screw you. Nina made me nervous. Fact, a mixture of anger, attraction. I knew the poison, that serpent, was fatal for leaving me without my senses only by smell it. Provocation almost made me lose control, grabbed her arm and leaned against the wall between a newsstand, that dark, cold street, leaving the more attractive situation by destroyed and poetic beauty of the center, which is beautiful and at the same time spooky. His purring to feel my hands ensure it with force was impulsive. His left leg was catching my back against his body. My mouth was lost on her labia minora as well as the hands, which were interrupted by a cut of a nylon thread, pulling my neck back. Nina screamed for help. Whoever it was strong and great, because managed to lift me. His face, we could not see because it was the cap of his jacket on the head and tied not to fall, and a scarf covering her mouth with black clothes. I hit my head against the aggressor 2 or 3 times, I put my body to the side and hit some elbows, got rid of me and hit a punch in the eye of the choke, which rolled over the hood of a car. Knelt to catch breath. I had tried to run to escape. Quickly I got up, climbed on top of another vehicle and jumped on the bastard, started a fight, and with many punches I could draw my weapon. But shortly after I saw slip into a culvert after a right punch to the chin. Fallen sideways on my right arm, I saw his feet come to my face hard twice to start my blood. The coward fled. With difficulty I was behind him again until the August Street. Even I could see it in the back of the bus. Nina ran to me. Google Tradutor para Empresas Google Toolkit de Traduco para Apps Tradutor de Sites Global Market Finder. Are you okay? Yes, damn it. What's it? I took a beating, that was it. You could see his face? No. How did he know you were here? Maybe he wanted you dead, I was just in the way. Do you think someone may be trying to kill me too? I mean, the same person who killed my uncle? Do not worry, do not let anything happen to you. Nina opens a beautiful smile, give me a kiss and call a taxi. And put a white card nightclub with her number back in my coat pocket. Where are you going? Home. It can be dangerous, if you can stay with me. You said you'd meet, I'll do it and call me, or if you prefer to call ahead, another good grin. Are you sure it will be fine? Do not worry, my Philip Marlowe asterisk. So she went on her way, I chose to follow my walking. So she marked my lip kisses and punches on the same night. So I lost my .38, wooden handle, 6 shots. In the quiet of my office room empty that morning, the poison of sweet Nina circulated stronger in my chest. The noisy elevator denounces the arrival of someone on my floor and could only be the corrupt. I caught one of my 2 spare guns, a silver magnum in the drawer, put it in the holster, raised knocking my overcoat over Marshall. Before the little lawyer opened the door, pushed his head against the door, I ran with him against the wall. I turned it over to me, grabbed her neck and the dog cocked my gun, putting the barrel on his chin. You are crazy? What are you doing? I know you know who did it today, corrupt. What you mean? They tried to kill me today. I know you know something about. You lost your mind, go for you in jail for it. Shut up and listen. I know you worked for von Sidon, and I know you know something, and you know who the damned son of a bastard Figa who tried to strangle me today. So do not tell me chain. You do not know anything Creole, based on accusing me? I walk away slowly and only keep the gun after answering it. For your eyes I see the fault, and I'll find out. As I walked away I could see the environment around me, and that was my main intention, and see his reaction. I could see that his room was a mess and some remedies for chronic urticaria. You can see the tears in his eyes without moving or pack your suit. Honesty and integrity, who knows something, and I'll find out. The answer to your door lurks. The next day the media knew the found body. When I put my feet to the street a crowd of cameras and microphones surrounded me. Some reporter pulled out a picture of me kissing Nina and my fighting in the street, and the matter was, Detective von Sidon case assaults account of his girlfriend, who is a call girl. The media builds lies. With its flashes of photographs and pushing and shoving, I could barely understand what they were talking. I was in all the newspapers, appeared more than the case. I do not know if the media wanted to redesign me as a hero or expected my failure to mount a villain. What I know is that the media, photos, and all the noise, were more weapon to the enemy than the case. This diverted the focus of a real criminal for televisible guilty. Now my time was short, I had to have a quick response, because the real culprit knew the answer to your door lurking. In my room along with Eric I analyzed the photo and matter that will come out in the newspaper with an article talking about me. The photo was not good, and I took Nina, the car ahead of the reflection of a bike in the car rearview mirror and newsstands. In fact, more like a car advertisement, which was better plan. I opened the drawer and picked up a magnifying glass to better see certain details. I ask Eric enlarge the photo and prepare today would find the children of the millionaire in a water club, which they used to attend. There are 3, talking quietly, that private water club daddy's little children. Possibly the oldest must be the light hair, goatee, and dark glasses. He was the only drinking water and a restlessness in the legs and biting his lips, indicating have used cocaine recently. Bruno took beer in the neck and was dressed socially, showing me the first image, be a little more responsible, and perhaps the only one that works. And finally the youngest, the baby of the family, Isabella, with a blue and sunscreen bikini on her face, barely looking at the brothers to talk to, which indicates a lack of personality. Shot a handkerchief and wiped my sweat beneath the hat. It was very hot, but do not give up my detective style, with my overcoat and hat. I approach, I pull a chair and turn it over, and sit with the chair back to front. Eric repeats my gestures to the chair, and my sentence in the presentation. Hello boys. Hello boys. Boys and a girl, Eric talks down to me. Eric, why not search a drink for us? All right, can I get 2 beers? Of course, 2 beers for me and a glass of orange juice without sugar for you. Snorting, Eric will get the drinks. So you're the one detective? Yes, I am, and you should be Bruno? Right? As my father died? The investigative autopsy is not complete, Isabella. But you suspect murder? Because it is not so conclusive, it may have been something else. As a natural cause. I'm sorry to say it, but it was not Arthur. And who is this? My name is Eric and I am helping in the case with Max. Thank you for Eric drink. Arrange Max. So Isabella, you were out for 3 years. 3 years without seeing or give news to his father, right? Only communicating with her mother. And wonderful 3 months before the Vonsidon vanishing you back. May I ask why? I was on vacation outside the country by order of my mother, did not have much because talk to my father. He was always absent. It is, but you never stopped accepting checks he sent to pay for their amusement abroad, right? Isabella talked and talked, but did not raise his face and looked at me directly, always biting his lip, showing imbalance, so that comes the surprise, after some criticism of the father forced crying, whining and saying that she loved him. The crying stopped and started when she wanted. This girl had certainly his psychological problems. Perhaps the 3 had the same defect. A lot of money and treat. And you, Bruno, what is life? I majored in accounting for a year, and I'm doing well in the area until then. But since he graduated a year ago he did not see his father, right? But we kept in touch by phone every night. Yes, of course. Eric, which found out about these calls? Well, Max, it seems it was always to talk about the company money and on rights in the will. Oh, so they were not loving conversations every night, my dear Eric? Apparently not, dear Max. I was entitled to something in the sale of this company. I gave her soul, and any other brother or relative worked there. That will is nonsense, and the little woman and his niece that the prostitute went out winning, until the drug of the 2 employees were going to take something. Bruno has changed with the question, and tapped his finger firmly on the table to express their anger. Provocation of Eric and I left him possessed. The more balanced had a combination of explosive emotions. At least dangerous for those who are on your way. It's a long time clean, Arthur? Arthur stared at me without answering, took one of my beers that was still closed, opening it with his teeth and blowing back cover toward me. I know what you're doing. Tell me, Sir Max, why not go after the real culprit? Or you cannot do it. You have nothing, is a detective in ho 3rd class, then stop insinuate anything to me and my brothers. And to answer your question, Arthur, drink all the beer in one paste. I can control my vices, when you want. Good, I'm impressed. Then repeat his gesture and turn all the rest of beer I have the bottle at once. And quickly I return everything on a spit in his direction. The 3 up, going back and knocking over the chairs. I get up quietly. Oh, Tisk. Well, I on the other hand do not control, I was never good with drinks. Even more drinking with 3 idiots. Eric, you paid our account? I did not send them score account. Great. I wear my hat and give back to them, and Eric take a last picture of their angry faces. 8 logo boys. And baby Max. Eric speaks softly. The mansion von Sidon. Google Tradutor para Empresas Google Toolkit de Traduco para Abstradutor de Sites Global Market Finder. In the morning I took my 1939 Chevrolet Black and repair and followed for von Sidon mansion. He walked a little worried about Nina. She had not returned any of my calls, really could not get her out of my head. Victor Street in Brooklyn was very calm, 2 portholes in cabins on every corner and few causes that occupied almost the entire street. I parked my car on the other side, while Eric took his photo equipment. I went through that empty street, with flowers of the big trees of the great gardens fallen on the floor. The bars of her gate were well crafted, the walls above 2 figureheads lions, electric fence by high walls, and nervous Dobermans made a security over to the house. A security with radio and phone address me came through the gate at the same moment that for the first reporting blazer close to home. The presence of the press always bothered me. What you want? I'm Max, a private detective. I need to talk to some responsible for the house and take a look around. I do not care who you are. To me you seem more an undercover reporter. Sure. Now Vijay asterisk, call someone to talk to me. Max laughs while talking security. No use, press the intercom, they can see you through that camera if they wanted to open would have done, does not like to draw attention of Mrs. Linnea. Ah, the ex-wife then is good, it saves me a lot of work now, please go talk to her, why these reporters there, you hear, will end up taking me patients. As I said there's no way to get her attention, then turn around and get out of here, or I'll kick your ass there. I have a way to get her attention. And how it is? Max goes both hands through the grid, grabs the safety neck and hit her head 3 times against the gate, until it collapses, with the marked face with the grid columns. The dogs sit immediately. Max up at the gate and hit with a fingertip on the camera, signaling inside the mansion and showing their identification, and well slowly to read your lips says, open the gate. Max falls, the gate opens. Eric then approaches. Eric, take the body from the front, Vijay will come with the car. Followed with the car slowly, through the most beautiful garden they had ever seen, had a bed in front of the entrance, making the track is circular. We passed other guards on the way, only I could count 6 uniformed men. The mansion was white whole, I could not even imagine how many rooms would there until to a failed he was fine. We got off the car and went to the door, through a small staircase at the entrance. Who will get is a lady of about 70 years, very friendly and with an apron in the body that used to clean hands. Hello, come in, please, Mrs. Ida Linnea will already receive them. My name is Maria Helena, this is my husband Jonathan. Good, I'm Max Ventura and that my Eric helper. Delicious coffee smell. I just do, I'll get some for you. Well Sir Max, I would like to take a look at safe before talking to Linnea Way, no? Please, would be great. By the way, I loved the way that gave security, someone had to take a lesson that arrogant. It was you who was monitoring the camera? No, it was the very Linnea Ida, I had only gone to take the coffee to her, she is almost all day in front of that monitor. While Jonathan spoke ill of everyone in the house going up a ladder with red carpets. Jonathan was wearing an old tuxedo, but very elegant, and he was as friendly as his wife. Maria was a small woman with short hair and full, rosy half, and a little fat, exactly the opposite of Jonathan, who was very tall and thin and had the fine white hair. We arrived to an office a more rustic style, but no less impressive, of course. Shelf of books, a red carpet with white, 2 armchairs, facing a desk, half face, another larger chair behind the desk, some pictures on the wall, and a large window with hidden balcony with a ceiling curtain to the ground. On the table, 2 glasses with a bit of a drink inside, possibly whiskey watered down because of melting ice, some pens in a glass, a cutting stylus, a laptop, some paperwork useless, a small brand of yellow sandstones as the path to the entrance of the house to the front left seat, and the right side of the safe built into the wall and still open with nothing. Jonathan, who found the safe open? Helena, my wife. Yes, Deborah had cited. What exactly did you do for von Sidon? In good times, the times of much profit your company, I was butler. At the time this house was full of employees. I know that seems to still have many, with the security guards, private driver, anyway. But believe it has had a lot more people in this mansion. Victor was not much liked by their employees. But the company closed and all were dismissed, now do a bit of everything to serve them. And I and my Helena are the ones who work inside the house. Helena comes with a tray with small cups of coffee. Helena, and found this room on von Sidon disappeared? Well, she's pretty much the same way. I entered, I saw the window open, I close it, and when I turned, I saw the safe open. Do you know who was drinking with him that night? Matthew, his lawyer, answers Linnea Way, supported with his left hand on the door frame, with a like whiskey in his right hand and on the same hand a cigarette. Your dark circles indicated that had slept badly, and cried a lot. Its various jewelry made much noise as he approached. Her hair was reddish black, half, should have about 50 or 55 years old, still wearing an engagement ring, and a bad taste dress, barefoot with a pantyhose covering her legs and feet. It also should not be the nicest person in the world, the face of the 2 employees. The coffee was awful as usual. So you're the one, Detective Max Ventura? I noticed that sentence, the same arrogance that had the children. Yes, ma'am. And I'm Eric, faithful partner that no one knows the name. Should hold that little bitch of Deborah. You know she has an affair with my husband, does not know? We know that she had an affair, and now she is his wife, and the lady's ex. No, this is a mistake. Alexander will soon pair back me. Not Nina had been the last to see von Sidon? Yes, it was Nina, answer me Helena. After talking to Matthew, Deborah entered the room to call him, because Nina was waiting to take her to school. Matthew went away this time. Victor was a little time with the 2 in the room, and left leaving them there. Diazando them? In plural? Yes, Deborah was with her lover. Mr. Victor relied heavily on that guy, after all was one of the first and best people he ever had in the factory, and also who presented Deborah to Victor. He did not suspect her case? I would like him somehow have suspected. I do not think he suspected something. You know, Deborah was a woman of many men, Mr. Max. The mobile phone rings. Eric, it was his father, Captain Salgama. He wanted to talk with me, we needed to meet. Little talk by phone, then hung up saying he was going to find it. Well, we need to go, Eric. Thanks for everyone's help. I hope to gather some of you right here in this room, to talk all face to face. Jonathan, accompany them to the door. Yes, lady, Linnea Ida. I just hope not suspect butler, plays former butler and current does everything. We took the car to follow towards the south of the city region. What happened, Max? I do not know, right, Eric, only that his father said he needed to talk to me. It's something about the case. But he did not elaborate. We went up to the marked location, near a river in Santo Amaro in the south. There were many policemen, many reporters, and curious. The smell of the river was horrible. By far the Eric's father greets us and says, Eric, wait there. I approach and shook our hands. Hello, Marcos. It's Max now, Salgama. Of course. Max. It will take a while for me to decorate it. With a smile and a firm handshake tells me Salgama. Max, I have good news for you. The Decredi staff contacted me because you have no cell phone and no answer at his office. Why do you insist on living in the past? Why not buy a cell phone? Not I get along with these paraphernalia. What happened here? Well, come with me, you have to recognize someone. We walked to a body near the river covered by a white sheet. Slowly his face was uncovered, so I understand why Nina had no answers. Finally one family had gotten rid of sweet Nina. My face did not hide my sadness. Although I want to deny myself what was already clear before reaching the body. There was more to contaminate Nina with her sweet poison. It's Nice von Sidon, right? The case that you are investigating? Yes it is. You know something? Possible suicide. She was found floating in the river by the staff of pollution vessels, and river bottom found that white car. The plate was easy to know who was and who was to speak with you. I asked to see the body again. I removed the sheet and looked closely his pale body. She was a short shorts, white shirt tanks, white sneakers, and no socks was no makeup. Yet still beautiful. It did not seem an outfit that she wore on the streets but a comfort clothing for use at home. There were no marks on the body, only an abdominal green area on the right side. I covered my body, I took in my pocket on all the threatening letters against Nina, among the 8 rumpled letters, opened the shortest of them. I reread the letter and folded again, looked directly at Salgama. H2S. What? Gas sulfate. What are you talking about? Me a favor Salgama, send a car to von Sidon mansion. We have a jail to do. No arguing with me. The captain organizes his men leave the vehicles and reporters follow. Eric and I got in my car fast and tried to take a shortcut up the millionaire mansion. Who was Max? Was Nina? What the police say? Suicide. Drowning. What do you think? When I turned my face toward Eric to answer, a light blue VW Combi with tinted windows knocks against our left door, where Eric, who is facing me. The window glass broken and thrown on top of the 2 and the car crashed into a pole, also breaking the front windshield of the Chevrolet. The van turns, opens only half of the left window. I could not see who was inside because he was stunned by the accident. I could only see the barrel of his gun out. And I only had time to duck, protecting Eric beneath me, while the weapon was discharged. Hitched astern, even lying down and pulled back, the left door of the Chevrolet was on the floor. I pulled out my .32 and unloaded from the other vehicle, which fled screeching. Eric, go down, call your father, passes the license plate and then connect to the list of suspects. I want everyone in the von Sidon house when I return. Eric and falls outside, asks me. What are you going to do? I'll get the bastard. Hitch the first gear, with the skull exchange and follow the high-speed chase. Among some maneuvers and car crashes were sometimes matched with the vehicle, firing my ammunition and taking shots at me. Even in one of the car crashes, I could see the villain's weapon fall. And yet it continues to chase. He no weapon and I ammo. Up ahead, I see the van abandoned in the street. Using the handbrake stop my car, skidding it. I caught my magnum in the glove box, because my .32 was desmunitioned. Sweep the car, but there was no one. On the walkway from the train station I could catch sight of a man running desperately, pushing the crowd. He wore the same hooded sweatshirt covering her face, the attacker who tried to strangle me when I was in Nina in Augusta wore. Climb the stairs of the station running after him with the revolver in his hand. He jumps the turnstile and I can see him coming down the stairs when I stand in triangle shooting position, with one knee and one on top, point my magnum revolver toward the hooded driver, which runs down the stairs. I could not shoot because there were many people at the station. A freight train passes through the station, run a little to the side of the runway and I can see the mysterious driver holding in one of the cars to escape. He raises one arm making fun of me. And yet I could not see his face. Take away and leap from the catwalk to the freighter full of sand. It took me a while to get up. I was hurt by the accident, and the fall still lost my hat. I walked over a wagon to another. In one of the jumps was surprised by the driver of the van that held my foot. My gun slipped forward. Levanto and go toward it. but he holds my waist and we both go to ground. Then he raises me, knocking me back behind him, dropping the two again. He tries to get the gun, but still on the floor I kick him and his Triska hand-on gun running a bit ahead. Both got up and started a melee. All my punches are blocked with a very closed guard boxer style, I cannot avoid taking their blows. An uppercut made me overbalance and a right cross made me fall. I propped myself on the train ends, trying to rise again, but I had no strength to bench press me. Even without seeing his face, I can only see him turn around quietly down and get my gun. Slowly the dog gun is pulling back. I look at my right hand and pushing with the foot throw myself away from the train. I could see him look to your left and do not have time to deviate from the tunnel before him. The train continues its journey, it does not. Levanto with a lot of blood in the arm, a terrible pain in the left rib and limping badly from the right leg. I caught my magnum, keep the waist and squat to see his face. Untie the bonnet and the retreat with his fingertips. A little ahead of me see Eric with his father over a lot of police arriving on foot with weapons in hand in my direction. The wind behind the tracks my hat, caught him with a smile on his face and put me. "Max, you okay?" "I'm rather, Eric. I think it will not pay for the repair of my car. Already communicated the family, they should be expecting." "You want to go to a hospital?" "No, we go to the mansion." We went back to the mansion in Eric's father's car. There were already some police in the mansion, while others were at the train station. I got off the car under the flashes of the machines from reporters. I put my coat over his shoulders, lowered a little hat. Eric did support me and slowly went into the mansion without answering any questions from reporters. Before entering, I nod to my friend Vijay, face marked by the knock at the gate. Inside the house there were more police. We climbed the stairs up to the Victor von Sydow office. A policeman who was on the outside opens the door for us. Salgama came with us, everyone was sitting, Les Arthur was leaning against the bookshelf. Way along with Eric and back on the table. In the room are Linnea Ida, his ex-wife, Bruno's sons, Arthur and Isabella, Deborah current wife, Douglas, security Deborah, and a little more than just that, Maria Helena and Jonathan, employees of the home, and Matthias, my friend corrupt. What happened to Nina? She killed it. Drowning is not it. Nina was murdered, Isabella. Some astonishment took the family account. And his killer is dead. Dead? As? The same killer von Sydow was Nina? Respondendo your inquiry, Matthew, say he was catching a train and just a tunnel caught. And was not he the killer von Sydow? But it was he who gave disappearance in the body. I never would have evidence to my theory, but an error in the fault plane gave me the solution that no lawyer will be able to break in court. Nina was found floating in a river and along it was a white car, which had no plate, was only written von Sydow in the numbering place. What does that prove? This car was gone from my father. That proves nothing, Bruno. Someone wanted everyone to think that von Sydow was taking Nina and did not return. The car is later found in the river with Nina next to the car. Possible suicide. What makes us think Nina killed him? Why no one will know after Nina is dead, right? In addition to killing, she stayed with the car, later repented, he could not live with it and killed himself. Why was the car? To escape. Why have killed? Maybe he found out what she was working, and why he killed himself. Because he could not live with the guilt. But this is all a big lie. That would be perfect if it were not safe from theft. Someone beat and hurt everything. When found themselves had nothing in the safe. And it based on what you say it was murder. What happened to Nina? Based on H2S, Arthur. What? H2S, hydrogen sulfide gas. Nina had a green spot in the abdomen. Detective, I am not able to understand you. Calm down, Helena, I'll explain. This happens to fall from the upper encephalic systems. Mobile units remain in operation while forming catabolites ranging acidifying the cellular environment such that destroys the cell unit. This process is called autolysis, indelible moment of cell death. In biochemical onset of decay between 20 and 24 hours, the bacterial fermentative process that exists in the digestive tract becomes viewable. This abdominal green spot occurs in the right iliac fossa, the proximity to the site of vermicular appendix at the beginning of the large intestinal tract. What we call up pole. It is the sign that marks the beginning of the destructive transformative phenomena, the color phase or coloring. This is only the first phase of destructive. This process occurs through the formation of a gas. So beautiful family? Anyone want to try a name guess for this gas? Someone? No? This gas is called bacterial hydrogen sulfide. Max hits some hands to yourself, just to make fun. Chemical formula known as H2S. This gas is combined with the hemoglobin of the blood. Dead creates a new green compound called sulfometahemoglobina. Not forgetting that said the green spot occurs in the iliac fossa right, and only in cases of extreme death as murder. Excluding only drowning corpses, which in turn present the spot on said upper chest. So I ask, how Nina drowned? Or rather, threw the car in the river to die? Nina did not. She was there to play. We think she killed herself. The media begins to pay much attention to me, so if I died shortly after Nina, no one would talk over von Zidon. The media reported 2 of my photos, one kissing Nina and other fighting in the street. Soon the media would turn me into a monster. The next matter would look anyway, Max kills girlfriend to find that is a prostitute. And no one would care about who my killer, because the media soon find another headline then everyone forgets. Now I will show the errors that plan. First, I saw Matthew with a man in front of his office. The appearance of this man was as follows: some green ink tattoos in the neck and hand, burned the sun skin, badly shaven and bad hair and his beard dirty appearance. The ripples in the skeleton of his face did not deny the use of drugs. Nina was receiving threatening letters, and she described the same man with the same words to me before photographing us, and I had a tape recorder in my overcoat, have all recorded. The whole description that Nina gave me. In one of rumpled letters that Nina gave me was written, I want the money they stole. If Nina had stolen it would never give me this letter. And she did not need money because she would win an inheritance. Why this corrupt client there, Max points to Matthew, would want money? Nina. Someone owed money to him. This young man, who wanted to collect its debt, is a vagabond with a huge criminal record. His name was Aldry. He was currently providing drugs to a third-state trafficking. And someone here has a debt to him. Someone owes much drug money to this criminal who sent letters to Nina. Von Zidon was killed by poisoning poison placed in a drink, which he drank here in the office. This poison called parapterois. It is taken out of the lionfish poison and put powder. This part of the fish only kills one enters contact with alcohol and is virtually unnoticeable. Unlike the rest of the poison of this fish. They wanted everyone thought it was Matthew who drank with him, but it was not Matthew. I saw in Matthew's eyes that he knew something. And yes, he knew. I knew the poison. And he understood that it would be difficult to explain that it was not he who put the poison. Aldry was not a client, but tried to take your money even with Matthew. I personally suspect that Matthew knew everything, even who killed von Zidon, but was omitted. Although this is a crime I cannot prove. The photographer who took my photos and Nina managed without being his intention, photographed the car rear view mirror in front of which reflected a motorcycle with 2 men on it. In the picture, the man who is down the bike croup was Aldry. In the photo he is still down and moving your hands to put the hood that covered his face. Sometimes magnified the photo that this newspaper and moreover the bike board, then so found out who is drugged by behind it. Wait. I swear I'm clean. Matthew and I are taking care of my debts of the time I used drugs. I give the money to Matthew and he paid for me, so I have no contact with this world more. I swear I'm clean. Long time no see, Aldry. I know, Arthur. The drug addict is not you. Matthew never paid anything because he's a coward. Matthew handed to someone else pay and that person has not paid and did business with Audrey. So Audrey was behind Matthew want your money. When Matthew looked me in the hallway over his shoulder talking to Audrey, I did not understand at the time, but he was afraid, so she rubbed the fingers, a sign of nervousness and fear, Matthew that time asking for help. The real person who took the money and bought merchandise and then took over a lot of goods only this time without paying anything. It's his brother Bruno. Linnea Ida demanded that Von Sidon pay this debt and he refused. Bruno gave me the confirmation I needed money stating arguing with his father about wanting the money from the sale of the company. And I recorded it with my recorder in particular. Matthew could not have taken the whiskey because he has hives. I found that when I entered his room I saw on the table some remedies for chronic urticaria. The alcohol may be a trigger factor or urticaria only be exacerbated by releasing vasodilator substances which give urticaria. Linnea Ida has problems with alcoholism, and she drank with him before Matthew arrived. So Linnea poisoned her ex-husband to be able to steal your money and help his son Bruno to pay their drug debts. It was not difficult to reach Linnea Way since she, as well as alcoholic, is an expert on wines and whiskeys and exotic foods, and the high point in foods are seafood, and even has some good books published. The only problem is that when they returned to the safe someone had stolen everything. If Audrey to be quiet and not kill Nina and did not try to kill myself I would never have come to that conclusion. The error was suspicious of Nina and try something against us that night because that picture gave the case, and the body of Nina was the second mistake, as handed me the argument. I think you fucked, I fucked them, Eric? It is Max, I think I screwed up with them. Oh, it was not alone, you helped. Imagine I helped? Ajadu. Faramus, both repeat together. Amid protests of the two accused and the family, in an oversight of one of the officers, Bruno is released from his hands and pulls Eric, taking a cutting stylus on the table, making it hostage. With the stylus on his neck, an outcry takes the room. The police and the father of Eric try to make him drop it with shouts and pointed weapons. I try to calm him as family, even Linnea Ida, handcuffed, tries to stop him, because they do not have to run. Bruno manages to reach the corridor away from the family viewing with a huge oval window that took the whole wall down the hall. I can convince the police to drop their weapons, the harder it was to Eric's father lower it, but in the end with a dialogue with everyone. Bruno, just did not get to where escape. I deserve that money I gave the soul that factory. It's not my problem. Now you have to solve with the judge in court. Our work here is done. I cannot go to jail, I'm not stuck, Bruno repeats several times crying and away from the blade and approaching again Eric's neck. Matthew will defend the cause for sure, now it's time to resolve legal terms with his lawyer, has no way out of here, you just this worsening your case. I cannot go to jail, Bruno continues to repeat endlessly. Eric turns the camera is in your neck slowly and the flash of your last photo in case irritation Bruno in a way. Eric alienates further with an elbow in the face, and quickly crouched near the wall to your left. Even before any police there I bag my magnum and a single shot go through his chest throwing him through the oval window. Father and son embrace and hear nothing, only the silent cry of pain. Linnea Ida, still handcuffed and trying to run to welcome Bruno. Even without seeing, she knew which direction was that shot, cries of pain and regret of a mother who mixed her maternal protection with a hint of revenge for being cheated. Outside the press did not stop bothering, but answered only one question. With this caso already solved, what will you do now, Max? After leaving the hospital, take a glass of whiskey. Walk a little further on, I entering a car to go to the hospital. Max? Eric just looked at each other and shook hands with the head. You tomorrow, boss? Tomorrow is another day. We went back to greet us only with the head, but now with a smile on his face, and I get in the car and I am sent to the hospital. Another day, another case. I was standing on the corner of AV Paulista with Brig, looking at the building where was the gaff I rented the 15th floor. It was very sun that morning, with the bandaged arm in a little burst crossed the street again. My black 1939 Chevrolet was the mechanic. My car was there more than me. Your Sydney opens the door for me as usual. He was not in uniform and his expensive shoe for a vigilant, so bright that I could almost see myself in it. Good morning, your Sydney. Good morning, Detective Max. I should like to shake his hand. Is the last time I open this door. I'm old, and it is time for me to take a vacation and spend, and travel, and dating, laughs. I want to give you the congratulations of the case. Without you no one could nothing. The great Detective Max Ventura. Going forward cases will not stop showing up for you. I hope so, your Sydney. And you where you're going? Who knows? So many places to meet. Well, I will be the world. Answer me, your Sydney, always very friendly with a smile. Max, that boy had been in my place here. His name is Fabio. Your Sydney shows me a boy of about 35 or 40 years in a fine outdated mustache, shaved head with no hair and very thin. I had no far from the friendly appearance of Sydney. Squeeze the hand of his Sydney, and before climbing can see the corrupt, always with his umbrella, waiting for the elevator. But this time I let up before me and I stares. Inside my room, I put food for the marshal and caught the plug of my first case. Then I see again at the door of my office, Deborah. With a much better look, loose hair only with a part on prey, his sunglasses in his hand and made to color with her white gloves, a dress not unlike the red, but that was green and black high heels with matching track black passing in the dress waist height. She held an envelope. Hi, Max. How is today, Deborah? Much better, she approaches and sits in front of my desk. And your boyfriend? Douglas? It was time to end it all. I do not need it anymore. In fact, I came to thank and pay the rest of the money. Although we have not agreed any value, I think that pays for everything. I look inside the envelope and see the amount of money you have there. Must have about 10,000 here. You deserve. And that little boy too. But there's one thing I could not figure it out. What? Who got the money from the safe? Someone who did not know the evil plans of the mother and son, ended up doing well, just being opportunistic. I wanted to know what had happened to Alexander, my husband. And you gave me the answer why I looked for you. If see, everyone wins, even the silence about money. And what will now be you? Well, now I will take a vacation, spend, travel and dating. Laughs. Yeah, I think I should do like everyone is doing. Both laugh it. Thank you, Max. I long with the head while she thanks rising. And goodbye saying see you another time, and I repeat it. Levanto my eye table for the money on the table, look out the window, Marshall rises on the table and licks his paws aside money too, separated into 100 notes. And suddenly it was like this a snap in my mind. I tried to reach her, but it seems I was always a second delay it. I could see the tip of the dress through the door into the hallway and see the elevator door. I ran up the stairs skipping some steps to get before the elevator. When I reached the ground floor, the elevator was empty. I ran as fast as possible to the boulevard, and ended up twisting his left foot, sinking the foot where before had a puddle of water on that sidewalk, was now only a hole. But I could not reach Deborah. In the middle of the avenue was a blonde wig, and crossing the AV polished to full speed a convertible red Ferrari, a man driving and a brunette raising his arms and then his legs and then hugging and kissing the face of the driver. On board car said Marceau. Hey, Fabio, is not it? Yes. You saw a tall beautiful blonde coming out? Yes. Who was it? Oh, sir, I did not believe it when I saw it. But she kissed the mouth of you. You know? One who worked here? Then she kissed him and left in a big car. I only left me away with the wig in hand laughing. I went back and asked the new employee. Has any employee record book? I do not have access to it, but Sydney badge this one if that's what you want to know. Let me see. I looked at the full name if you're Sydney, and as I thought, there was no surname Marceau, like Deborah, as he said she was his niece. I went up to my room. Eric goes. Eric presents for another day of work, boss. Caught the plug case. Eric sits in front of the typewriter to write a dossier on the case. I would tell him, saying it lacked finish. From suddenly came a flash in the mind. Helena had said von Sidon relied heavily on Deborah's lover because he had been the best and one of the first employees of the shoe factory. To be one of the first, that employee could not be Douglas, it had to be someone older, and I never noticed the mark of his expensive shoes. A brand that until then I did not know because I never thought I'd know everything about shoes in my business, despite my many books on a multitude of things that always told me they would not know in my profession, such as advanced necropsy, fruits of exotic cuisines from the sea, and psychoanalysis, all of Lacan and Freud. I never thought I should know all about shoes, sure to be the next book on my shelf. The mark was sealed with a pressed shoe in the language written VS. That is, von Sidon. Brilliant. I hired, as well not have suspected it, when it was over attention would be focused on von Sidon and not for theft, and so she had time to buy a car in the maiden name, and probably some move to any part of the world. Perhaps to be with his head thinking of Nina did not notice many obvious signs, even when I spoke today with his Sydney or Deborah. For example, when Sydney said that without me nobody could have anything, when he said that he was referring to himself and Deborah also have said that in the end everyone wins, even with the silence about money. After all, your Sydney and Deborah, somehow they helped me because the controversy in the case will give me many other cases like yours. Sydney even spoke cases now will not stop. And so I was narrating to Eric the details that led me to conclude that whoever was with Deborah when von Sidon left for the last time from home, at the time that the millionaire was to take Nina to the supposed study, it was not Douglas, he was just a distraction, as Helen said. Deborah is not a woman of one man. Since the beginning Sydney must have armed the blow to the safe, where to be a millionaire confidence man must have seen he often open and close. And it was he who introduced to Deborah von Sidon, according to Helena. Once the company went bankrupt he came here and had time to arm it and marry the old millionaire with his false niece. In the record of the case, all that remained was to put solved or not. I can put the stamp of settled case because I actually solved the disappearance and went beyond, discovered the murder and even murder of the beautiful Nina. Looking at it this way, if solved, I was not hired to find out anything about this murder, the murder of his niece and the disappearance of the money, but about the disappearance and von Sidon. And that concerned I resolved. But not every mystery solved, then in my opinion is the same as nothing. Then the stamp that leads to my first mission is unsolved case. Now it was just sit and wait, another day, another case. Asterisk, the Ventura surname is actually a tribute to the retired colonel of military police. The Ventura colonel, national hero who had the honor to meet and learn from him about the Revolution of '32. Contrary to what is mentioned in the story. Asterisk, Raymond Chandler, Chicago, July 23, 1888, La Jolla, March 26, 1959, was a novelist and screenwriter U.S. Exerted an immense influence on the genre of modern thrillers, especially with regard to the writing style and attitudes which are currently gender characteristics. Its protagonist, Philip Marlowe, along with the Sam Spade of Dashiell Hammett, both played in the film by Humphrey Bogart, is considered virtually synonymous with private detective. In addition to his work in prose, he was also the author of several poems. Asterisk, Philip Marlowe is a fictional character created by writer Raymond Chandler to star in a series of detective stories. The debut of the private detective Marlowe was in The Big Sleep, published in 1939. However, many of the early stories of Chandler were republished years later, changing the name of the original protagonist Philip Marlowe. This was probably done with the approval of Chandler. Philip Marlowe appeared in a wave of popular publications exploring fictional tales of crimes that emerged in the United States in the mid of 1920. One of the most well-known publications such was the Black Mask magazine, already notable for having been there that first emerged once the detective Dashiell Hammett, The Continental OP and Sam Spade. Marlowe is a drunkard, has a contemplative and philosophical attitude. He enjoys chess and poetry. The detective does not fear physical risks or use violence when necessary. Morally correct, it finds in its various femme fatale adventures, femme fatale, as Carmen Sternwood of The Big Sleep. Chandler struggled to develop an art form in his detective stories. The Big Sleep was published when Chandler was 51 years, his last novel, Playback, at age 70. All 8 Marlowe creator of novels were written in the last 2 decades of his life. It is a Greek word for typical term used in investigations. Google Tradutor para Empresas Google Toolkit de Traduco para Abstradutor de Sites Global Market Finder. 1201. Rats surrounded his body. I wanted to understand why he killed himself. Perhaps past regrets, perhaps because my mother have left us and even give news. Maybe because festive dates kill us inside, and cannot hold the turn of the year, killing at midnight. Is life a learning or life will be a prison? I know that the only comprenco I had was that at midnight a new beginning and a new order come together. Dimensional personal strengths and torture faced. That such suicide liberation, brought happiness? He's somewhere better or maybe worse. And if anywhere was, then what's the point of so much pain and work in life? There's something out there. I feel my heart pounding, I cannot breathe but keep running non-stop. Adriano's car was on fire on the road after the accident he suffered. Around, nothing could be seen. In addition to a road desert, he wore a beige and old overcoat. Beneath it a 12-gauge lurked in his face, a few scratches and a bruised leg of the accident. No cuts, but that was dragging his leg as he ran. Going straight ahead without stopping with a watchful look back, something in the darkness of that road followed. In front of an old bar with 3 stationary vehicles, a motorcycle, a car, and a truck. A man in the bar door unloads with hard work the cases of beer. A red light's flashing sign precariously, it is written J.P. Bars. Not the other nearby establishments. Within the J.P. Bars found. Sitting at the counter drinking beer, a motorcyclist, long and bad hair, not impossible to read his riding vest. Above his name, Rex, and below the name of the motorcycle club, Road Wolves. He hid a knife in his sock. On a table in the corner near the window, with crumpled social clothes and tie loosened, with a worried expression scratching his head, it was Marco, who had drunk more than he should. Marco kept repeating the same phrase for himself, with some difficulty to understand because of alcohol. Worried about losing another job. Damn, what am I talking about, my wife? Cynthia and Dennis were great-looking young. They were in You're the Pinball, laughing a lot, playing and kissing. Eva was the waitress, blonde, short clothes, hated his profession. Even Alex Pierce sung the delivery of boxes of beer, a strong man with visual cowboy, that much, always fumbling, broke a few bottles to put the boxes on the floor. Maria Fernanda was an old lady, old, frequents the bar. She went down to the first local environment, walking to put an old rock and roll on the jukebox player that was still playing discs. In the bar entrance there was a lower part with a few wooden tables, 2 pool tables and the device to rotate discs. To the left a small staircase with 4 steps just leading to the second level. I had the balcony with some chairs facing the desk, on the wall heads of cattle, a full shelf, drinks, and leaning against the wall behind the counter, 5 tables and chairs leaning against the front of the counter, leaving free-running restaurant style with windows, big ones. In the background 2 bathrooms with dolls, drawings symbolizing man and woman, a machine of flipper, and next to a staircase leading to the second floor, which had a bedroom and another bathroom. Tatiana, a brunette with tattoos and some that she was pregnant, that the stairs in the room. This Arnaldo, known as Ball, a fat, disgusting man's beard and long hair. He caused his boots and put his gun 765 on your toes. Michelle was in the bathroom touching up makeup, wiping the tears, counting money, and using drugs. Michelle was a call girl who, like Tatiana, their biggest problem was to do anything to support his addiction. The bar was small but well distributed. As Amanda, Vanier, and Felipe played pool, Vanessa only observes without participating in the game, even with them insisting she play. She continues sanding your nails and with a queasy balance face head saying no. Tomas sat on the balcony eating, drinking coffee and reading crosswords without answers them. JP the bar owner was behind the counter cleaning the glasses, and what worried his white hair at that time was Rex the motorcyclist, who was looking at Tomas with peripheral gaze and had side of the right eye a tattooed SS and a swastika on his neck. Google Tradutor para Empresas Google Toolkit de Traduco para Abstradutor de Sites Global Market Finder. Black damned, whispers Rex, referring to Color Tomas, who also had a kippah on his head for being half Jewish, Palestinian by Iraqi father and his mother's daughter, and was gay. JP puts the glass and the cloth with which he wiped on counter sink, takes off his cowboy hat, he looks with his blue eyes and in the eyes of Rex says, "I'll have problems with you here, motorcyclist? Not am biker am." It was not that, my pregunta. Ball comes down the stairs next to Michelle, nods to JP. And then, what will be? Biker? Rex looks Arnaldo and Tomas. And he answers, "Do not worry, old will take my drink, pay and go. That's on the house, child." JP starts cleaning the counter with the cloth in circular shape. When aggressive and desperate way enters the bar, very breathless as who was running. Slamming the door and calling all attention to itself, all eyes turn to Adriano. What limping walks up to the first chair in front of him and sits, rests his arms on the wooden desk with head without looking at anyone. JP supports hands on the counter and asks Adriano, "Are you going to drink something, son?" "What? Drink? What is going to be? Want something?" "Yes. Milk, a glass of milk." "Milk?" "Yes, milk, ice cream very cold." JP Estrella fingers to Eva, puts pure milk in a glass with 2 ice cubes. Eva takes him on a platter. "Thank you." Ball sits a table forward, turns the chair opposite and is facing Adriano. Cynthia, Dennis and the ones who paid no attention to Adriano, dropping a glass. Adriano, apprehensive that this is startled, and looks back slightly, moving his coat lightly, showing his 12 gauge and quickly covering up again. Ball realized and looks at JP, that did not let out of sight the gun. Ball gets his gun in hand under the table. JP takes his caliber 12 under the counter without showing it. It was a different caliber of Adriano had the caliber JP was double-barreled sawed. "Today will be a night like that," says JP. Tomas did not understand the words of his friend, takes a sip of coffee and looks back at Adriano. The car lights take a count bar. JP relieved loose his gun and Ball dealer scared guard his gun. JP knew the delegate Rocha, who also wore his cowboy hat as JP, and because of his hat all knew him by his nickname Sheriff. Sheriff, despite having some tummy, still could see how it was strong in his youth, and certainly Santiago, that was new in the corporation, would be with him. A young man of about 20 years, Eastern mestizo, and very arrogant. They used to come that time almost every day. Small town, not much to do. Sheriff enters, cosa his goatee and supports hands on the belt. JP Farr does nod to the delegate, pointing to Adriano. The cops are going up to the counter and JP serve them their favorite drink. "How this is Sheriff night. Just before I heard some cars and firefighters following the road. It seems you hear an accident with victim, most of the station on its way. It's like the sheriff said before we left the small town, every event becomes a big event. Or a great story." Sheriff's one last sip of his drink, gets the belt, and the two head towards Adriano. They stop in front with his hands resting on feel, your partner with his hand on the waist, this behind him. Adriano is still head down looking at his glass of milk. "How is he?" Adriano looks up to the sheriff. "How am I?" "Well, I'm fine." "And those hurt by your face?" "I had an accident." "You have something to do with the accident on the road?" "Ham. Is. Actually, I did. I think you have to come with us. I cannot get out of here soon as he arrived." "Who come?" "There's something out there, policeman." "And he arrived at midnight?" "No one had come." The road is closed, no car passed. He had not seen the car, turns walking and whistling. Whistling that old song. No one had come by car, so little walk. Let's come with me. I cannot leave until the 5th hour of the day. Loose sheriff holster button holding his bag 38 without it. Get up to Rome without taking your hands off the table. Adriano rises slowly, explaining. You need to understand, if I leave, it will kill me. Not will let anyone do anything to you, I promise you. Santiago this time twisting one of Hadrian's arms and hit his face against the table, with his free hand the magazine. This armed bum? What do you have under this cover, Ham? What is it? Look, Sheriff. Santiago plays the gauge 12 to the delegate, who holds the gun with both hands at chest height admiring the chrome gun. It's a very big weapon to be carrying, you are in trouble now. Santiago takes his handcuffs and says. You are trapped, boy. I cannot go out. Adriano screams, hit an elbow in Santiago and moves up the sheriff holding the caliber running delegate over his body and falling both on the table that breaks the fall. The gun goes off and hits the knee ball. Santiago tries to draw his weapon, but Adriano intercepts, striking it with the back of the gauge holding the barrel. When you hear the noise of JP gun being cocked, he looks over his shoulder and sees that behind the JP counter pointing the gun in his direction. It better drop it, and put his hands on his head, but I swear to God I make a hole in your face. Stay calm, already dropped my gun. Understand things will get hectic around here. Sheriff attacks with a punch in the stomach. On your knees to the ground, the two policemen handcuff his hands behind. Discrecados me loose, here I am protected. I protected this place, I scored this site. Michelle takes 2 pieces of white chalk, fall Hadrian's coat pocket and put in the pocket of her black skirt. The cuckoo clock with pendulum hits. They are exactly midnight, eyes turn to watch and its strong sound. To stop beating, you hear a whistle coming from far away. Outside the bar. Nearing getting self. All leave out, sheriff is in front and pulls Adriano by the arm. Santiago Ball helps to get up and walk to the door to go to a hospital. Sheriff does not fail to notice a design on the bar's entrance floor, something like a trident in a circle at each end, a well-known symbol of Christianity, the anchor, the palm leaf and the fish, made of chalk. And written in the circle words, Lisa Chra Stos, Theaios, Soter, meaning Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. On the road is emerging an overcoat man in white cowboy hat with his hands behind whistling. He turns toward the bar lowering the brim of his hat, greeting everyone. Good evening, it's a beautiful night, is not it? There, that impolite mine, I did not introduce myself. I'm Czar. And this one, handcuffed, I will take with me. Czar pulls his jacket showing his 38 arrested in its feel with holster. You will not take anyone, whoever, and it is better to release the buckle feel and move away. And the sheriff ready to draw his gun. If I deliver it, only kill him, or I'll kill everyone here. For a few seconds they face. Czar try to get his gun, but the sheriff fires 3 shots in his direction. He falls, but as soon as the sheriff lowers his gun, Czar rises. And the holes in your body close. He grabs his hat on clean pants with 2 hits and a little with your hand, brings back, raises his hand and finger and head, makes a negation sign. From the darkness comes the sides of Czar. Red eyes that seemed a mixture of wolf, bear, and dog. Were Krakis the evil dog's Czar? Czar quickly pulls out his gun and hits Santiago in the chest. The bullet goes through your body. Santiago and Ball go to ground. JP, Sheriff, and Michelle, who picked up the ball from the gun when he and Santiago dropped, shoot without stopping at Czar, which is fallen Brico. Desperate, all dragging Ball and the body of Santiago inside. Hysteria takes Bar Bill. Sheriff departs from the people around her partner without lowering his revolver, still trying to understand what was happening. Adriano sits on a balcony high chair leaning against a pillar of the bar, as in shouting at the sheriff, take your handcuffs, Tatiana, help Ball sit. Sheriff. Sheriff. Sheriff looks at JP. I think the best was now call reinforcement. Yes. That's what I'll do. You will not do anything, and take these handcuffs on me. All were still screaming and desperate around the officer's body. Vanier moves away and closes the door of the side window, is still holding pool cue. Shut up, everybody. All stop talking and look for Vanier. He looks out and turns his gaze to all present at the bar. Stop whining, we have to be calm. I'll say what we will do. Vanier points out with the hand holding the bat. We will resist and we will. One of Crakey's smashes the window, taking Vanier's arm and pulling out. All grab your feet and the other arm pulling in, but Crakey is strong. JP shoots the creature twice and recharges his 12, while Felipe sticks left eye Crakey with his bat. Vanessa screams hysterical to pull it over before they can bring it into the other. Crakey bites on the trapeze. The cries of Vanier is deafening. The Crakey's Destrochem body, his torso is taken and eaten. Her legs fell on the bar floor with all the pulling. The blood gushed from his body, soaks Vanessa, only sighs, unable to scream. She runs her hands all over her body, face, and hair and giving small jumps, shouting, "Take it from me, take it from me." More, all she gets is more spread the blood itself. JP with his gun out and sends Marco Rex close the window. Rex repeats his command to others, and they close the timber from all windows. If I could get to the car to ask for reinforcement would be easier. I hope someone to that station. Sheriff picks up his mobile radio. Police department. Replies the girl across the line. Here, who speaks is the Rock delegate. The police Santiago was shot and JP. Vars. We are trapped here, have all vehicles. All vehicles are answering the call of the road accident. I will ask for all vehicles for bar JP. They cannot help you, only I can help you. Let me go. Delegate? Yes. You will die. Man laughs across mobile. Sheriff scared throws the phone on the floor. Outside Czar, with her hand over her mouth imitating a communicator radio, feigning the voice of the attendant station. You have to listen to me, let's just get out of here as soon as the dawn. Sheriff keeps his gun and motioning with the keys in hand to Adriano. He lets go and returns his gun. Adriano looks for the chalks in his pockets and on the ground. My chalks, where are they? Michelle, the handle. Those? We need to establish a few things here. First, Czar cannot enter. While we're here, we're safe. Adriano takes in your pocket while talking on an old notebook of notes and will fall hando the pages. I protected this place, drawing this symbol on the floor in front of the door. Adriano shows the drawing in the notebook for everyone. What is your name? Michelle. Michelle, as it is with the chalk, is in charge of drawing the same symbol in the woods of the windows. A symbol simply, the more we guarantee. Here, take the book. That guy out there said that if we let it take you it would save us. Why not do this, and then went back to drink? Why not try? Rex takes his knife in his sock and Adriano triggers your 12. No one will play out one pair. Says JP. Think about it, you really think that thing out there will let you live? Czar is the demon key of hell, he needs an X number of people who know your name on your domain. It's all there in this book. And how do you know that? What assurance have about what you talking about? Marco is right. Look son, in my bar I've seen a lot out of the ordinary, nothing like what is out there. Before Adriano answer, Czar with a punch break a bar wall piece, grabbing Eva hair trying to pull it out. Eva shouts and Czar forearm begin to burn from the inside out, pair without showing the flames, just smoke and burn. Czar, white his hair and screams in pain on the outside, and your arm it takes to redo. Eva cries of pain as Maria Fernanda to help raise with part of her burned hair. Alex looks through the hole. That's it, he's not recovering, we can run and run. Have you ever been dumb, Alex? Look who's talking. Marco, the biggest loser of the city. It then comes out ahead. And what do you do when those creatures that are surrounding the bar and ate the other boy, are behind you? Me and Dennis not going anywhere. If this young man says we can go as Don and he cannot come, we will wait. Google Tradutor para Empresas Google Toolkit de Traduco para Abstradutor de Sites Global Market Finda. Cynthia, I think he is right. We can get to the cars and get away. Of course the boys' arcade, run you and your girlfriend. Leaves behind an elderly like me, a pregnant girl and an injured boy. That it. Grandma, I'm sure to run a lot. Shut up Alex, you do not have to be an idiot all the time. I'm not stupid Eve, and you can come with me if you want. Alex gives a light flashes and plays a kiss. Michelle turns away disdainfully. Marco enters the front door and stretching arms claiming to be better all be safe. Tomas observed the hole in the wall that Tsar falls to the ground holding his stomach, falling to his knees and writhing in pain. Has something happening to him? Alex is right. Michelle says pulling the ball gun from his waist. He's hurt, I can knock him for a few minutes with the gun as you take the car. Believe it would send something after you, he is not in pain, read the book, learn. Tsar look with red eyes to the bar as you feel pain, and enters the mind of Tatiana you start to hear voices. Kill them all. I can get to my bike and I'm in it, nothing reaches me. Tatiana belly starts to move, then she realizes that the voice actually comes from inside. Alex knocks Tomas with an elbow in the nose, breaking it. The delivery bottles while Tomas dropped the safe by the shirt and wheel throwing on Adriano. Michelle points his gun at all. Do not try to stop us. Alex opens the door and runs toward the truck, followed by Dex and Dennis dragging the hands Cynthia. Michelle leaves soon after. When Alex leaves, his boot blurs a little piece of protective circle, which does not undo but weakens. Cynthia begins to throw in the direction of Tsar and running to him, missing many shots and hitting others. Alex a little muddled attempt to open the doors of the truck, Dex up on his motorcycle. One of Crakey's jumps over Cynthia. The dog's strength is so great that you drag your body through the bar door. Paralyzed Dennis' secure part of the girl's arm had been torn off by the impact. Crakey's body. Tsar, with the top of your hand, slaps Michelle weapon that flies close to the bar. He grabs her arms, one at a time, and raises the cheering as she kneels in pain. What are these holes in your arm? I think you no longer want this drug in your body. A viscous white liquid begins to drip from Michelle's arms, also his eyes and ears as vomits, taking him all their chemistry. Rex, accelerates your bike passing in front of the truck, where Alex is inside. The Crakeys without eye runs towards the car and slams his head with horns on the door, overturning the vehicle twice and hitting the back of the bike, tipping Rex. Tsar loose Michelle that creeps trying to get back to the bar, and Tsar accompanies with slow steps. Alex up and see Michelle's gun on the ground. It creeps up to her and shooting at Crakey's that is on top of the overturned truck. Sheriff yells for him to enter, and Alex screaming in fear runs. Dennis grabbing the waist and falling within the new bar. Rex rises, the Encima Crakey's. The truck looks at him and roars a deafening roar. Rex run into the wilderness skirting the bar and being chased by both Crakey's without even releasing the body. Cynthia. Tsar, suddenly grabs the hair and Michelle's face, holding her chin and opening her mouth. You're damn, I guess wants her back. A slightly blue light out of Tsar's eyes, that adds to close them and get out of your mouth, throwing back the chemistry of drugs in this form of spectral light on Michelle's body, which begins to writhe with overdose. He'll kill her! Screams Eve. Adriano runs out of the bar, picks up the Rex bike connected to the ground, cocks his gun and wields in his left hand. It accelerates the black custom toward Tsar, and shoots, hitting his chest near the right shoulder and trampling the devil and the two falling on the floor. Adriano gets up and fires twice more against Tsar on the floor. He grabs Michelle and runs into the bar just before arriving. Tsar up and starts shooting at them. Entering the bar they fall and the sheriff knocks on the door, closing, but not prevents some shots still sticking to enter the door. They all play in protecting themselves and a shot hit the shoulder. JP grazed. Sheriff shoots at the door and only for when the bullets Tsar end. Tsar throws his gun on the ground and shouts of anger, and soon after reaffirms that killed all. Everyone gets up to wander with a certain silence. Adriano is already standing staring at Alex. "Look, I know I'm sorry, maybe I'm wrong." Before Alex finished the sentence, Adriano knocks him down with a punch in the cheese. "Now, listen to everyone. Only I can save them and all should work. No one is going anywhere. 2 people died without any need now, and certainly the rider must already be devoured. Do the girl vomit take what he put into it to dento it? Weapons, we need weapons. I have a 22 in one of the rooms and knives and wood is not lacking here. Can I have my gun back?" Adriano takes the gun that was with Michelle Floor and delivers the ball. "Eva, go in the room and take the ball gun and stick with it. From now on you are the boy command." Once JP finishes speaking to Adriano, Marco with his nose bloodied says Czar again. This fell to his knees in pain. Michelle is a little better, but weak, being looked after by Maria Fernanda and Amanda. Adriano looks at Michelle. "Read. Learn it." Page 14. The girl opens the book and finds a title 14 page, Orcus in the Womb of Czar. She reads the title. At the start to read, Tatiana begins to moan in pain with his hand on belly. His book breaks, water begins to drip on the floor, and as she walks away with his back to the counter her belly swells, and you can see the hands of the baby wanting to leave. Tatiana lay on the counter, and Michelle up reading the book, while Tatiana cries of pain increase. Every firstborn of unclean, blasphemers of their bodies and addicts will be key attached to the uterus of Czar, who vomited their unholy children born to a father uterus released by improper son of a mortal. Born, the Orcus. At the same time Tatiana cries of pain and opens her legs, forcing the departure of his son. Marco says that something is happening out there. Czar starts vomiting eggs afoot. 5 of them. Blood out of the middle of Tatiana legs like flowing water, watering again Vanessa, who returns to despair covered with blood and maggots. Tatiana raises the counter, covered in blood, opens his arms, as well as Czar is out there. She throws her head back, and Czar says, "My children." Tatiana belly explodes, throwing it against the wall of drinks, and Bebe Orcus humanoid is hurtling toward Marco, which is part of the face cut near the neck by the claws of the baby. The Bebe Orcus runs from behind the chairs and tables knocking all. He passes the end of the stairs, where Eva looks scared with 22 revolver in hand. Bebe hides near the counter. Eva scared slowly walks around without giving JP the coast where the Bebe hides. Felipe approaches with her broken pool cue and he pulls the cord and lift. He gnawed the cord. The little creature runs so fast that can hardly sail, knocking bottles off the wall and all that is his way just so can be tracked his way. Everyone tries by it until leaps towards Felipe that bounces off the Bebe with the piece of bat. Brusquely through the door into the bar and scaring everyone, Rex, who panting points in the direction of where I come from. "No. Get out. Law out." Rex realizes, looks beyond it and turns, seeing Crakey's with part of the head into the bar. Just seconds handle it. Your head starts to burn as with the Czar arm, very slowly, that howling departs to wander, leaving the protect mark. The Bebe Orcus jumps on the back of Rex, biting him on the trapeze. He whirls screaming as his blood score. "Take it from me, take it from me." Tomas grabs Bebe trying to start it. This time everyone can see Orcus drinks clearly. He had the almost transparent, clear and oily, and covered with blood plate with hands, disproportionate claws, big black eyes, a small mouth with sharp teeth and small thorns bones out of the back of the baby through the hands of Tomas. Rex takes his knife in his boot and hit the baby. Tomas can drop his hand, but the little monster gets stuck in the knife through his chest. Rex throws it on the counter. Before he lift, JP holds pressing against the wooden counter, where he is trapped by his backbones of thorns. JP plucked the knife from his chest and defers many blows in Bebe Orcus, screaming to death, filling the face of the owner of the blood bar. JP takes a few steps back and hands the knife to Rex. The motorcyclist approaching Tomas, who is on the floor bleeding, and thanks for saving his life. "Why is this happening? You, old, since you are old you should know that weirdness is this. You should know some folklore, legend, or something. Shut up Alex, who can only talk about it is it? Tsar, need to accumulate deaths to energize the road that separates the low spirit world with our world. Originally this planet was where residency of the very low light spirits, demons, devils, sodomus, darkness. All creatures that ruled the earth were banished to another dimension, a spiritual dimension, between hell and Jam. These dimensions were joined by a ghostly bridge was destroyed and can only be rebuilt energetically for spiritual power resident spirits within the key body. For this Tsar must kill and bring souls to him all who know his name. Whenever a person escapes alive it back the other night, sometimes takes days, sometimes years, but it comes back. Not always it comes back with the same body, it can change your appearance. He wants to free Dracos. This prison and the whole human race had burned in the fury of these creatures. Dracos is a creature with 16 arachnid legs and crayfish face, and revered by human occult religions. So you telling us the name of this thing, did the marked question ball? I had no choice. The more we know the more chances we have to survive. At least that was what they taught me. Let's all calm down, said not stand against Adriano now, he's right. He arrived almost dead hurt here and yet resisted to tell us what was going on. But he had no choice. It's okay son, we'll survive. Thank JP. And how long you are running and fighting with this thing? Last night my wife, my 2 children and I survived. We tried to run, but at high speed had an accident. Only I survived and stopped here, Sheriff. He needed 4 walls to draw the symbol and she changes here in a sacred place for 5 hours. And so you want me to decorate the notebook? Yes Michelle. You have to know what he can do, we have to find a way to destroy it. While Adriano explained, Cynthia's arm, the scale Dennis back before shouting is stifled by the arm torn off. His thin folders as garden arenas out lifting the body, holding sweat trapped in the floor and ceiling. Caution! Shouts one of the survivors. Adriano turns, scared and shooting. All start shooting, and one of the claws coming out of a finger, slowly pierces the neck down Dennis's chin, leaving the head and holding the beam ceiling. Thin legs, the piece of the arm and the body, lifeless Dennis, are broken. Michelle demand response in the pocketbook. Critus remains. Critus, spidery root plants almost extinct, it grows and develops into gigantic proportions in pieces. Putrid corpses killed by stray dominoes wander as living. All stop shooting and Critus smashes to the ground. JP says still have ammunition for the guns. 12 Sheriff, Ball, and Eve reload their weapons too. Amanda looking at the front of the whole bar warns everyone. Out there. Maria Fernanda looks at the bullet holes. Are the eggs? Vanessa begins to itch on his face and body. Larvae avium entered it. She scratched and squeezed by opening holes in his face. Orcus creatures begin to tear the eggs. 5 creatures by Sindo eggs. Tsar with a sadistic smile crouches next to one of the black and slimy eggs, kisses, and looks smiling bar. Soon the distress and the unbearable itching in Vanessa makes it scratch the face and body, partially ripping the screaming. Pagan parasites Valley are creatures that feed on human blood or spiritual energy. They grow, they dominate the body that gets out, as they grow, turning larvae with large tusks and repus that grow rapidly and are transformed into perfect replicas of its host, Iftron Ando creatures blood-sucking vampire. That is, vampires. Or something like this. The different drinks Orcus, these are blue with long yellow hair and bright eyes funs like rats. They scream and bow, restless training alongside Tsar, extending his left hand pointing to the bar. The Orcus run towards the bar, everywhere looking for loopholes to get. The noises in the ceiling and the floor of the timber call the attention of everyone. They're on the roof. And they can go there, Adriano? I do not know, Alex. And what do we do? Sheriff responds to Eva, and Ball agrees. How about you throw? The shots hit the roof and the walls, anything that the faces of Orcus lean. The larvae begin to appear on Vanessa's face, which runs struggling and bumping into the pillar of the bar and getting up with the larvae that are grown and almost human-like, blind, white and dry, forcing the output of your body, now adult Vanessa, within the body of the pores. JP kicks, pushing his chest, and shoots, putting Vanessa toward the door. Ball almost unloads his gun on the body, to give it difficult steps, and hobbled toward her forward. The body slowly recedes and falls on the protect mark, beginning to burn. Adriano observes and thinks those outside do not enter and those inside not out. The tag makes a kind of about spectral fire. One of Orcus leaves the ground ahead of the ball. That raises the gun and the last shot in the creature's head, falling dead. One of Krakes madly invades the bar, biting Ball at the neck. Your body burns without flame for a few seconds to burst into flames, but not so the creature to devour his body. The black smoke and the smell of burning flesh that kills one of Krakes is unbearable. Quickly the bar, with much of the wooden structure on fire, and part of the walls are falling. The entrance door and engulfed in flames. We have to get out of here. Marco, screaming that will not be burned, they will leave. With his suit starts to beat him in every door directions, reducing the fire. Adriano tries to warn him not to do it, but late is because their despair erased more than half of the protection. Orcus stares after seconds one of his claws through the body of Marco, taking it out, and many Orcus the advance on it, dividing it into several parts. The other Orcus not slow to break into the bar, passing and breaking the walls and falling from the ceiling. Shots, stabs, chair shots, some defend themselves with iron bars and bottles, everything turns weapon. The Orcus are many and it is almost inevitable to escape from their clutches. Cuts. Sheriff protects Maria Fernanda, shooting at Orcus. Eva, scared and crying, fires 3 shots at one of the invaders, and turning and crying hit the head of another. Without lowering his gun she shoots in 2 more head, and Sequence puts his revolver at the head of Orcus and, gritting his teeth, tears streaming down her, shoots and repeats the gesture the next Orca, but your ammo runs out. Eva lowers the gun, inquiring softly and whispering, as he shakes his head in denial. Night creatures around her, and after a desperate cry of the waitress they attack. Amanda pulls his gun from Santiago that she had hidden in his waist. With his gun raised it looks at all sides and fixed his gaze on Felipe. Do not do it, Amanda, not. Amanda puts the gun in his chin, turns his back to Felipe, racing to try to save her, saw it. But she shoots you. His blood turns on Felipe's face, and Amanda falls into his arms. With hatred in his eyes, Felipe pierces the chest of one of Orcus with his bat, taking it out and striking several times in the chest. Covering your face and body with black blood with oil, Orcu. A strong breath draws the attention of Philip. He looks to his right and observes the Krakes staring at him with only one eye. Krakes recognizes the boy who tore his eye. Before Philip can stand up for all, the hellhound advances on him, biting his head and tearing. Czar slowly, and observing the interior of the site, enters the first bar. Sheriff, who was kneeling on the floor defending Maria Fernanda, stands face to face with Czar, that hands back the look with derision. Even with very debauchery he pulls on all, showing his gun. Sheriff raises his weapon, being surprised by the bite of a Orcus dropping his gun. Maria Fernanda tries to run out through Czar, that safe with the right hand by the neck without looking at her. He looks up and then returns his gaze toward her. Michelle takes the gun from Santiago on the floor and shoots, hitting behind the ear Czar, who with a punch to the back of his hand, Michelle plays against the pillar, his 2 chalks fall. JP avoid being bitten in the stomach with his gun, which he uses to hold the jaw, creating Czar. However, 3 of them jump up the owner of the bar, and they are out the window and out of place. JP fallen to the ground, defers an elbow with his right arm in a Orcus, with the same arm of a punch in the left Orca, while holding his weapon with the other hand, pushing with his leg the creature biting his gun, shooting it. He quickly grabs the other by the neck and raises, putting his gun in the mouth of the monster, popping his head. Alex tries to hide in the room, locking the door and sitting on the toilet. Alex, look to your left and the small bathroom window is the body of Cynthia, erected by the roots of Critus. When he tries to run, Cynthia's corpse raises his arms, shooting Critus roots involving Alex and perforate until it short and Poxa out, crushing him. Rex, protecting Tomas, stabs several orcas walking out and back. From the bar entrance ceiling, one orca caught Tomas's head, taking him screaming up. A flood of blood runs down the roof, falling on Rex, receiving the blood as his arms are raised. Many orcas now attack. It kills some, stabs and wounds many, but not escape its cuts. To not stand and fall slowly, the orcas devour. Tsar. Adriano, stopped in the bar door, calls Tsar attention to their confrontation a few minutes from dawn day. Tsar flings Maria Fernanda to the middle of the bar. It goes up Adriano, who shoots 3 times, and Tsar this time does not fall. Strongly with a hand grabs the gun, throwing and spinning Adriano over his head, throwing it a little forward and Michelle's side. Sheriff broken neck orca that bites, and runs to try to catch Maria Fernanda amid flames. Tsar shoots 3 times, twice caught in his back and 1 in his leg. Adriano kicks, knocking his gun with one hand, with difficulty points and aim towards the face of his enemy. A direct shot. Tsar turns his face and looks increasingly angry with the first rays of sunlight appear. Tsar with a slap tipping disarms and drops to his knees on Adriano. Michelle was passed out, wakes up. She and Adrian look at each other. Adriano reaches out and grabs one of the chalks, while the Tsar back out legs spider in her face opens, showing a hybrid face ant and mite. He reaches the chalk and begins to scratch the head of the demon as his legs the stick and tear as sharp tentacles. Michelle grabs the other chalk and runs out of the bar, giving a last look, and saw Sheriff and embraced Mary as the roof collapses on them. She runs out, bumping into the arms of JP. Adriano, scratching Tsar, suddenly stopped trying to hurt him. Escapes that marking, motherfucker. The protection symbol design is now drawn on his forehead, with it to burn without fire, and in a few seconds your cut is covered by fire, and the Persian souls themselves begin to leave, opening his body. I won you. Adriano closes his eyes and his last breath, and Tsar explodes into flames, destroying the J.PS bars. The impact of the explosion plays Michelle and JP the ground. They raise the bar and look burned. The last orcas disappear, and the cars take over the place. One of the policemen looking bodies, overturned cars, fire, and the 2 bloodied question. What happened here? In silence they return again attention to the bar. We saw the smoke, the road where an accident happened. Are you all right? Son, what happened is that you were late. On the way to the station it was quiet and thoughtful. All who died, what happened, and especially Michelle thought about how would not be there if it was Adriano. He looks at his notebook and chalk and starts and read. Learning always. In the police station, in and out, 2 prisoners are in the cell of detainees awaiting their transfers. The place is busy, JP sleeping on an uncomfortable bench where they are sitting with his head against the wall. Michelle gets up, covering the body with a cheap blanket they gave to cover her body, and goes to the door. She looks to the surroundings, see the cars, Rex bike on top of a truck, some police officers out on occurrence, and the day ending. It should be about 8 hours and is still the sun, due to summer time, she thinks, turning his attention to a clock on the wall watching the time, and police guarding girl in a closet, the arm of JP bar, written evidence. Michelle bends down, picks up her chalk and draws on the floor. MRS? MRS? I ask an officer. We have to get their testimony now. You must have something to say. Michelle looks back out and to the sides, turns and looks at the police and answers. Soon he arrived. Who had come? There's something out there, policeman. 1202. I approach your corpse, even killed, his blood drips. His face reflects the pain and sadness. I feel the darkness around him. I dare the sounds of the streets. Nobody cares. What will they think of it? What will they talk about? Now it does not matter anymore. The Jugaram whole life without even knowing their battles, his victories, and how difficult it was for him to be so alone. We should not judge the story of a life for a chapter, but for the whole book. No one saw her tears, or felt their pain. And I'm not in front of nothing but the result of their desire to have a family, a child, a wife. As children and their imaginary friends. The midnight dark powers and turn light minds, create universes, and each end and start to be built or dies. Should value those who are appreciating you always, but also knowing look when sadness is upon the look of the one who just lost the motivation to live. In the heart ground there are many more multiple universes than in a real space. The mind is not always the imposionator, the suicidate, often suicide is homicidio, those who omitted to make that person happy. There will surely say, he was so good. He was so young. He will be missed. I loved him. I miss. But they never say it in front of him and while alive. Appreciate people while they are here. Vivas. Why we are not sure that they go somewhere. Valuing after death can be late. And for that suicide. It was late. Sector 05. It was an average night. We drank coffee and we watched TV while we talked. Midnight and was 30 exact time when he knocked on our door. It took half an hour to get to our small town. When we learned of his presence, the houses were already stained with blood of the families who lived there. Always we suspect that facility that the government will build so unexpectedly, hidden secrets. That site named Sector 05, was from here that Trotsky Surlatovik Kruspsten escaped. Kruspsten. 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 As a child heard about it. A fucking serial killer who was electrocuted in the 50. Kruspsten night he comes. Kruspsten will devour you. Kruspsten nothing has. Kruspsten until the devil fears. Kruspsten smells like dead children. Kruspsten cannot die. Kruspsten you better run. It was something that grandmothers sang. I never understood these lullabies, all with rough rhymes and rhythms, listicos and dark lyrics. His smell was rotten, half his head had no hair because the executioners scraped to put a wet sponge and 2 screws to fry it in the old electric chair, the other half was a long hair, smooth and blonde. He must measure at least a 1.95 m, her rotting body as its smell, teeth, and nails. His tongue obviously been torn by those who arrested him. Their crimes ranged from murder, rape, and cannibalism. Their favorite victims were children and adolescents. I remember one of the stories of a boy who put Kruspsten atras bars. He was the first to witness, others came after him. His parents left him with his older sister and went to an opera. The 10-year-old boy stayed in his room all the time as he sent his sister 17 years. Harnessing output of the parents to bring her boyfriend into the huge family home. The 10-year-old boy saw the tall man with long hair with a beard looking at the house. When he saw that the man walked toward the door afraid, he hid in the closet. He was afraid because her sister Avia told him that if he left the room and told her parents that her boyfriend was there, Kruspsten would catch him. Sad coincidence that the child did not understand. Inside his closet heard desperate cries coming from her sister's room, where she and her boyfriend shouted for help and begged for their lives. But the bastard, the stabbing and other things that only God should know. The boy dropped his teddy bear and pressed his ears not to hear the screams. When the parents returned with their fancy clothes, your car's year and her jewels. Laughing out loud, drunk, but tempers exalted when they saw the broken door. They ran up the most new room screaming by 2 sons' name. The boy was not in his room. The mother Avia gone looking in daughter's room starts screaming non-stop. The husband runs and finds covered in blood room. The head of the boyfriend of his daughter had been torn from the body and with its Persian rib neck was nailed with a knife on the forehead and caught in the door. And the 10-year-old boy embraced with the corpse of her sister. And he only repeated, I would not tell, I was not going to leave the room, I would not count. Sector 05, where they kept the living beast trying to find a way to kill it or understand it. They issued death killer nightmare name given to it because the house where he arrested, Avia, a body crucified with all the separate members, one from each person and of different sexes. Just do not Avia head. The head was an image of Jesus made clay and with his crown of thorns Avia horns. and the name was given based on the phrase on the image that was surrounded by candles and dead animals. I am the nightmare, am the real nightmare. They say Krusp could not die for his blasphemy was so because the image does not obviate a place for him in heaven or in hell. His immortal myth arose in the time of his execution. He walked for the last time on death row, shackled by the feet and hands. His body was prepared while put in the chair. Relatives of his victims looked disgusted for his black eyes and no tears. While he had a stupid grin on his face, the priest prayed for him. The warden looked at his pocket watch and the hand asked the priest stop praying without say a word. He turned to the murderer and said, "Any last word, the son of a cow?" "Yes, my last words are, that when I drop I will eat your lips, sir, son director of a cow. And your father God will not do anything for him." After the offense the director and the other guards beat him with rifle butts and clubbed their batons. Everyone was laughing hysterically, minus the priest. The director pulled his tongue out and screamed, even hysterical, cut his tongue out. And one of the guards cut her with a small knife. "Electrocute him it now." So the electricity passed through her body. Once. Twice. 3 times. And still alive. Spitting blood and smiling. On Wednesday he managed to break free and ran. The director biting her lip at the bottom even started, turning and looking at the priest who Benzia making the sign of the cross. He looked at the priest with a crazed look. Krusp walked up the relatives of his victims who could not escape from the room, because the panic impossible to open the door. The police started shooting. He turned and walked up the police who continue shooting. Krusp then falls first on his knees and then to the chest to the ground. The director looks at him and sees that still breathes with his hand to his lips and still Esperanto blood speaks. The director. "Kill him. Put it on the chair. Fry the devil." The guards put him in the electric chair again and give a maximum load in Krusp and do not stop until your body goes into flames. You hear a funeral. She had a body but it was not who he claimed to be. Krusp was alive, still alive. And they brought him to Brazil so many years later and placed here. In Sector 05. On the night of his arrival much rain as usual this time of year. It was unbearably cold with strong winds. The truck was transporting past me as I came home. I put my Simca Typhoon *1 green on the shoulder covered by a light wet snow layer, rare phenomenon in Rio Grande do Sul *2, to give way to the silver truck with the national seal on the cart also silver, with center windows to end of the trailer, which led to clearly see the eyes and part of the arms of the Industries 05 soldiers. Arriving home I stopped my Simca on the door and entered. I have sinned in his lap and kissed my little Fernanda 8 years, my wife Amanda Uric give me a kiss and says it will prepare a coffee. The room was my oldest daughter, Tammy, with your friends, 3 boys and a girl, Jessica, Toko, Bottle and Squeak. *3. 2, coming to the sector. The doors open, the soldiers are positioned on the outside beneath the heavy rain, the truck is approaching aft. Switching lights lit, the siren maneuver playing. I can see beyond the truck industry the fences that prevent the entry of unauthorized persons on site. Trucks are reinforced and soundproof. The only way to warn drivers of a problem is by touching the emergency button next to face the exit door. The soldiers open the door and a horrible smell takes place. The bill on the floor of the face, blood, ammunition, and Deester Camo's bodies. The light was blinking compartment in short and stained with blood. Magazine background Avia a door of a broken saddle and Krusp immense sitting in the chair where before he was to be arrested. He held one of the black helmets worn by soldiers. Without raising his head he looked at us and threw the helmet out. Krusp rises, weapons with laser sights are trained on him. Trotsky runs attacking us. We fired against him, jumped off the truck grabbing 2 soldiers and striking the head of account the wall several times. The ammunition of our arms not held. Some have tried to master it melee but were massacred. Tranquilizers. Use tranquilizers. Sorts our captain. And a blast with 4 darts quiets lion are fired. He staggers and starts attacking the darts in the face of the fat driver piercing eyes. Krusp-10 handle a submachine gun of one of the soldiers he killed Avia. Some even tried to run, but Krusp-10 shot without mercy at all. The head of the captain blew my side, leaving only the low part of the teeth and tongue still stirring. I had 2 wounds in the right boat. It was the only living in the corridor could see Krusp-10 run and destroy the concrete wall and about heading toward the city. I put a submachine stuck in my body with its bracket. And I had 2 guns in the holster, also picked up the weapon of tranquilizers and 9 darts that were on the ground, tore off my helmet, was damaged with 2 shots Avia caught on its side, although not recommended because it can happen as with the captain who was without her. However, I knew Krusp-10 was unarmed. Already close to the hole in the wall, the lift opens with one of the scientists, or maybe a doctor, both wearing white overcoat, with 2 soldiers he had. One was a woman. Soldiers were green. The Greens had camouflage uniforms and made various services, but had no direct contact with any creature trapped in Sector 05. Unlike the yellow soldiers who worked in the research sector, plants, and radioactive and poisonous animals. And the black soldiers, infantry, hunting, all that was worse. So the uniforms nearby embarrassed and full of technology. The scientist was shocked to see the bodies. Doctor, ring the alarm. You soldier warns upstairs we had a leak, and that going to the city, will at Atras to try to slow you down and prevent many victims do. Who ran away and how many units need? Krusp-10 fled. I need all units available in the industry. What's your name, soldier? Black. Need to advertise for release units. No. ID 0318. Soldier Charlie. While Charlie spoke to the 3, I was leaving. Outside the walls, obvious some vehicles used by soldiers. Charlie spoke while riding on a motorcycle and through the hole in the fence, followed the Krusp-10 trail. 3. Back home. It's great to be back home. My wife lay on my shoulder while we had breakfast, Fernanda watching a comedy show on TV, and Tammy with their friends play a board game called Research Academy Detective Max. You know those moments that happens in a second, but it looks like everything was in slow motion. All laughing and having fun, but I felt a strange uneasiness inside me that made me stare at the living room window. A dry tree outside swayed much with the wind, a rainwater leak that obviously stopped dripping from the end of the wall and ceiling of our wooden house. It was the bottle friend Tammy who got up first so that the game is up and walked to the door as he spoke. Well folks, this afternoon I think I better get going. Do you follow me up at home? Jessica, of course, shall we? But before Jessica is fired, her hands Krusp-10 burst open the door, grabbing the boy's head, shaking up his ears and nosebleed glasses, broken bottle background. Krusp-10 lifts the boat, pulling her head, detaches the neck as plastic glue. The bottle body falls to his knees without head, spouting a stream of blood. All they stand terrified and join near the door to the leaky gutter on Amanda, who was with friends in her lap. Krusp-10 breaks the door with kicks and nudges. Already inside the house, he rolled the boy's head to where we were. Enter the room, lock up the door, me and the boys will get it. All obey quickly. Amanda locked the door and stood with his face pressed her to hear what happened. Toko takes a butterfly that was stuck in his belt in the back. I picked up a baseball bat and Squeak a hatchet that was stuck joins the other in a small decorative shield wall. Toko attacks Krusp-10 with a knife in the belly. Krusp-10 responds with a halter, breaking his nose and grasping touch the back and attacks to bring close to the body, filleted his friend. I attacked with all my strength, giving a shot in his jaw. He turned his face, came back with his chin out of place, run, sees his left boat with a hatchet. I tried to strike again on the chin on the other side, but he held the bat with the back of the right forearm, put his chin on place and lifted his foot up my chest, throwing. Tell me the bedroom door broke and I fell on top of Amanda. I got up quickly to support the door ends. Slowly the killer turned his face, looking cap that deeply expressed, saying, "Fucked." Krusp-10 threw the bat up and struck the skull of Squeak from top to bottom, sinking Taco fallen on his head to his knees. He still said a beautiful phrase that I cannot remember the author. He said, "Life sucks." And he fell very dead. I looked at Toko, pointed out, "Get out of the house now, I'll pair off." We left the bedroom window and I touched the door. We ran screaming for help. My Simca was destroyed. All the houses were broken into and blood everywhere, bodies and pieces, everything was in chaos. Krusp-10 ran atras us, he hurls the hatchet that hit my oldest daughter who falls on my wife Fernanda dropping his lap. Hatchet caught in the stop brings the shoulder Tammy I caught, I could look in the eyes of Krusp-10 as he advanced up. I attacked the hatchet and without stopping to walk he picked up in the air tossed into the air by exchanging hand and back in our direction. Across the chest of Toko, until I could see the other side, through your body. Next door, is one of a long-barreled shot 12, was the Sayara, idiot nickname he thought it was Nazi just because he had blue eyes. Come. We ran to his house, he locked the door and we gave to a basement full of Nazi material sirens armed and dressed as a soldier of the SS. Krusp-10 enters the house, put out the light and be quiet. Tammy Tompava the mouth of his sister who swallowed crying. Sayara delivery Amanda a track to cover the arm wound our daughter, so we saw that the lunatic kept the bodies of their relatives down there. Krusp-10 surrounded from one side to the other could fleece the will of the woods, the Nazi accompanied with its 12 pointed up. Krusp-10 for this and a punch down through the floor and grabbing Jessica through her hair before Krusp-10 could pull it up. Sayara hits a shot between his legs and another on his jaw, the big one was the ground. Jessica was desperate. I killed him, the bastard place yet. I think he's just pretending. What do you know, you're just a kid. Wait, do not leave yet. I'm going out, and who will stop me? You? Her loose. Sayara climbed the ladder, hit the chest and resulted. Sieg Heil. Sayara rose and kicked twice the body. This dead, I said. Let's go up. The rise and Sayara turned to us. Bellowing with the very open mouth. I killed him, I am superior, their yellow crossbreed of a fig. Before he goes to his Krusp-10 offenses rises takes his gun grabs the bald head and thrust his head with the barrel of the gun out of your mouth without being able to take the Persian weapon in Nazi. Krusp-10 uses the mouth of Sayara to Gatel Heart 12. The first shot fires a pitcher of blood in the hysterical Jessica guy. My hair is dirty blood, you know how much I spent a week at the hairdresser? You're monster, stupid. He Gatel-ha again and this time Jessica does not escape. Krusp-10 Gatel-ha again and points toward my family, I try to protect them into the front and opening his arms. It is there that appears as a knight on his horse, I think I even heard a horse or maybe it was the roar of his motorcycle, which entered the prancing and running over Krusp-10 room. Quick, get out of here. The soldiers Sector 05 up firing his submachine gun on his motorcycle, ran up in the garage. De Ondiro family their car Tava out with open bonnet and pacifier cables connected to an extra battery in the other car. Hans John De Ondiro Persian were the disembodied cable in them, I know that was his hands because of the various rings. The soldier walked back to where we were without stop shooting, until the bike explode, the house was on fire. Are you all right? We talked through that together, yes, and nodding. We better get out of here. Look, Fernanda shouts. Krusp-10 in flames walks out of the house. Charlie plays the submachine gun that was dismunited on the floor and pulls out 2 guns from its holster making several shots. Back to Rain and Krusp-10 purges. Charlie keeps his arms and pulls out a weapon attached to his leg and shoots 9 tranquilizers. Quiets Lion against the ruthless killer Nightmare. Charlie drops the weapon and pulls the gun from the holster again. Russian bastard, why not die? But before the soldier could fire, Krusp-10 caught him by the neck with one hand. Leave they. After someone pronounce many lights are aces. Helicopters, cars, and Industry 05 soldiers on all sides with guns pointed at Krusp-10 who hold Charlie walked up the army. I climbed into the open car hood, with the cables attached to the vehicle battery in hand, and jumped on the back of Krusp-10, holding the opposite side of the wires to the nails in his head. Causing a short, Krusp-10 screams putting his hand to his head and chest falls on the floor. A doctor runs towards the body, looks heartbeat and eyes. Seems dead. Hold it, and put it in the truck, in case, orders the man who sent drop Charlie. Arrest Krusp-10 in his cell, without errors. Take all survivors for the sector and VJO, they are well. Do not worry, had been all right now. Charlie gets up, shakes my hand and thanks. Thank you. Thank you, it's called soldier? Charlie, do you? Jonas Surlatovic. And a small smile appears on his face. Asterisk superscript 1 Lankadu in 1959, the Simca Shambord was equipped with V8 engine of 2.35 liters and 90 HP, which earned him the nickname Beautiful Antonio, beautiful but helpless. In 1962 the sports Simca Rally were launched with dual carburetors and 94 HP. 2 years later, the displacement was increased to 2.4 liters and power rose to 100 HP. It was the Simca Typhoon. Besides the new engine, the Typhoon brought changes in the design, getting much more rectilinear. The Simca continued to be produced until 1967 was a Brazilian car. Asterisk superscript 2 Nevo the first time this year in Rio Grande do Sul and Santa Catarina. Precipitations were weak and short, not reaching accumulate. The Met Sol Meteorology considers that the snow was mediocre before many historical precedents of the phenomenon with accumulation in the Sierra covered in white, but the relevant number of events reported winter precipitation. The first light snow record was also made on a Monday night in Bom Jesus in Cima da Serra de Campos, where the observer from the National Institute of Meteorology identified the phenomenon between 22 hours 20 minutes and 22 hours 27 minutes. In São Joaquim, the snow fell with weak part of the city in the presence of the sun. On Monday, with the circulation of more vertical development clouds, more loaded, winter rainfall were recorded, snow and freezing rain, in a larger number of locations. In most places where the snow fell, she had the granular form. Small flakes, however, were observed in cities of Cima Fields of the Sierra and the Plan Alto Sul Santa Catarina. In most locations there was the occurrence of freezing rain does not reach the set snow. Exclusive survey of Met Sol Meteorology indicated the occurrence of snow and or freezing rain in the following municipalities: Santa Maria do Herval, Ars, Gramado, Ars, San Francisco de Paula, Ars, Bom Jesus, Ars, São José dos Ausentes, Ars, Jaquirana, Ars, Vacaria, Ars, Soledade, Ars, Ip, Ars, Caxias do Sul, Ars, Cambara do Sul, Ars, São Joaquim, SC, Bom Jardim da Serra, SC, Urupema, SC, and Panel, SC. There was ice precipitation reports, possibly rain or freezing drizzle, even in cities Paranhana Valley and San Geronimo area. Snow and freezing rain occurred in the late morning and afternoon during the coldest so far in 2009 in Rio Grande do Sul. At 4 in the afternoon, traditionally the highest temperature of the daytime, the thermometers indicated 1.9 degrees C in San Joaquin, 3.0 degrees C in São José dos Absent, 5.5 degrees C in Malatia and 5.6 degrees C in Canela. The wind chill brought by wind gusts of up to 78 km/h reached 14 degrees C negative in São José dos Absent. Snow and freezing rain were caused by the combination of very cold air and instability associated with a trough, lower atmospheric pressure zone, that brought more heavy clouds to the Gaucho east. Was the instability associated with extratropical and snowfalls could have been more comprehensive and strong. Air very dry cover the south of Brazil on Wednesday, ensuring a sunny and very intense at dawn cold day. The afternoon peak should be even higher than those of today. The dawn Wednesday and also Thursday should be the coldest week in the south with widespread frost and should be strong in many places. Severe frost with icing is expected in some places of higher altitude. Negative marks are designed for the 3 southern states with values that can be between -5 degrees Celsius and -3 degrees C in Aparelhos da Serra, Ars, and -5 degrees Celsius to -7 degrees Celsius in the Plan Alto Sul and Santa Catarina Plateau Palmas Parana. In Porto Alegre can make between 0 degrees Celsius and 2 degrees Celsius in the coldest spots, while in the coldest areas of the capital the temperature can be between 1 degree Celsius and 3 degrees Celsius. while the maximum of 15 degrees Celsius to 18 degrees Celsius on Wednesday and Thursday in the city. Source: Met Seoul. See also Ecatretas. This weather situation is a reflection of the central Antarctic conditions is issuing polar mobile anticyclones regularly and violence. Asterisk superscript 3 Toko, Bottle, and Squeak were nicknames that my Sandro cousins, Daniel and I wore as children. Assumed control of the brand. 12:03. I seem to hear a knock at the door. But nobody. I never had anyone. He stopped looking and no one searched. He called for help but no one noticed. He looked for someone who fits in his dream and found no one, and those found not valued and appreciated that not appreciated. Surely those who suffer most and do not give up, but I think that loneliness is the worst of diseases, takes you quickly to the end. Does he not made anyone laugh or smile? Not made anyone happy? And when asked clemency, pain and sorry for whoever was near, no one answered. Always alone and following his own end. Don and ADI, necropsistas, and doctorate in resuscitation. The same feeling I felt when first entering the coroner of St. Andrew, I felt the candle first entering the deaths verification services room Santa Cecilia. A sense of fear and reality of ecstasy, the sound of only you. The first time in the IML can impress somehow move so directly with mourning and melancholy, messes with your psychological. You may want to sell you a good and poetic idea, but in the end those red walls is a real factory crazy. Unlike what we see in the movies, the site of the autopsy has not tiled floor, but barely finished cement, has no medical examiners working. These are outside and only come to note the report of the cause del mortis. There is no sign of civilian police personnel expertise and the place is not clean and white but dark and full of blood and pieces of human flesh on the ground. The first time was a few minutes standing outside, facing the red walls with an open iron door secured directly on the wall without finishing, as maximum security prison doors. Avia a little light illuminating the room, and one of the deaths was facing me with his feet to the door and opened the skull to the other side with the skin pulled down and covering his face. The other necropsistas dressed within the institute and Thanatopraxia side, they passed me into the IML and disappearing behind the red walls. It is easy to differentiate who is beginning to necropsy or deaths. The oldest profession protect less, the newest, as I was, leave nothing behind when we are talking about protection. Has white lab coat with coat of IML, white wellies, touches the head, goggles, mask on the face, 3 gloves and plastic below the yellow glove stuck gardening with masking tape passing over the sleeves of the coat, which always escapes dirty with blood and oil score of water and Cordura's lifeless body. The only detail I forgot was to spend a nasal decongestant below the nose, extra strong mints in his mouth, to alleviate the smell. As I entered Avia 4 deaths, strong man with an open mind, 2 women, one of which was already all exposed, with skull and open chest, and a gentleman, which was played with a doll on the table. This man was thin, I had a small mustache and neatly trimmed in a hole the size of a coin, 0.25 cents behind the ear. His expression was one of pain and supplication, one of his eyes was closed and the other slightly open with a fly between his eyelids. I could see in his eyes when he begged for life. At that moment a slight smile plastered on my face, showing my first moment of sadism. When he took a deep breath, rotten air, I felt my heart race and had an indescribable feeling. It was not fear, it was not tension, it was not sadness, it was not disgust, was not grief. Maybe it was reality, whatever that is. In the presence of death I felt life in me. Hard was able to enter the area, as different from ADI, I was not gazetted. I had to work in several funeral homes, but eventually was the first official day of work, passing by the Santa Casa car, bypassing the huge steep garden toward the SVO, Deaths Verification Service, was stimulating. Upon entering the room, after passing through a small dark corridor, with the other starters and taken by 2 pathologists, immediately something called me more attention than deaths, the smell of cordura, or morbidity. It was a necropsista would be, helpful to a teacher of a course any necropsy spoke to his students. The way she moved the body, the way she was washing, showing students without speaking a word, estigava me. The teacher follows, dividing the students. Some are the first litter left side where I approach. Its slim and well-defined body did not pass unnoticed by Locote. His big lens glasses, beneath their goggles, gave an air of serene and serious intellectuality. His big brown eyes, her brown hair and amorados with tail horse with T-move falling over his face, his big, fleshy mouth, his nose unique and different format, his brown skin made me ecstatic. My heart was pounding. I knew I felt a very strong connection. "I necropsier here?" And she looked, only moving his eyes over his glasses at me. More nervous, I got that steady gaze. "Depends if you can." When answering me, it is positioned and strongly sticks his butcher knife in the dead man's chest, causing immense strength to open it. While some beginners vomit and leave the room, I offer you help. With the technique of differential curvaceau. We opened the chest together, and it was our first romantic moment as I noticed a half smile on her. I stood by his side as an autopsy assistant should do. As she removed the organs, I slowly and smoothly passed 2 fingers under the feet of the corpse. No escape his view, it stops working without notes my movements, frowning and shaking of the head, tilting up. "Do you know what this is? What are you doing?" "It is a technique. I'm doing tickle in the body. If it does not, then laugh is dead even. Fucking." At this time a beautiful, big smile appears on his face and gargalhamos auto, drawing the attention of everyone in the autopsy room, which is not allowed in the room. We remained silent and lowered his head without taking, disguising the smiles from our faces. Softly then she asks, "What's your name?" "Dawn." "And yours?" "Adila." "Come, let's eat." Taking the gloves and throwing away, she pulls me out of the SVO. We went to the emergency room behind where we worked, and Staples, she stole many sweets and 2 soft drinks for us. "I hate this place." "The emergency room?" "Yes, the smell of blood, people crying, screaming, children want to go screaming. This place scares me. I do not care. I am also formed in nursing. I'm a nurse plus necropsista. I like the idea that one way or another I'll end up taking care of them." We went to the parking lot of the emergency room, to the rear side of establishment, sat on a low wall. I think it was maybe motherhood to take care of bed in the elderly. But it was a quieter environment where we could know each other. I felt an immense inner peace as he listened to talk and laugh, while my soul froze and felt chills, as if I knew something was wrong with Adila. But its smell woke me. Some animality was like the smell of your body, and the warmth of his breath rodius my brain, like an instant addiction. I could not say whether he thought more beautiful with the uniform or now with their casual clothes and simpletons, while having a certain elegance. But not escape its observer's looks my social dress, however humble, his eyes covering every detail in me as I spoke. "Okay. Tell me about yourself. You seem to be interesting. Why did you choose to autopsy?" Tough question. I think it was chance. Needed to work and follow any direction. And the funeral attracted me as sweet by temptation. Laughs. "And you, ADI?" "I can say that grief attracted me too. At first nursing it was what I wanted, but one day a female patient with advanced stage cancer, whose family just came to visit her in her last moments of agony, shook my hand and coughed, with a look of desperation and clemency. I saw in his eyes the fear of the unknown, fear of what is the end. She tried to speak but could not, and then she coughed, choking. I was studying necropsy and was to start the stage, right here at Santa Casa. In his last breath, droplets of blood on my face and esperarum mangeram my glasses. His even dead gaze was fixed on me, and a brightness was slipping away from her body, as if the soul to leave. I learned in the course of autopsy should delete it from my mind, but I could not. I know you'll think I'm loca, but that night when I entered the SVO, and knew that could shake that sick body, turned away and went to the bathroom to wash his face, trying to keep a level head, put the bullets and spent the decongestant, lowered again wetting the face, and when I got up, I saw in the mirror reflection of that dying figure choking with body fluids themselves. I turned scared and did not see anything. I looked into the mirror and saw nothing. I returned to the SVO, and opened it without thinking twice. I looked around the corner where lies the soul and not found. And I still look, I know that all bodies that unsaved abut me and follow me. So I try to find them. If I find out where they are, I killed them. A little dumbfounded, stay silent, staring at her, not knowing what to say, because I realized that she had not told that to anyone. I could not make her think you could not trust me. Even having doubts about his sanity. Maybe I should report it to the hospital for her depart. But I could not do that with that fragile and beautiful girl who seemed to need that protect. However, I knew that hid a lot of strength to her. With mocking tone, I say, and laugh at what I mean, put in follow me retifico. You're right, you're loca, laughs. No, but seriously. Have you told this to anyone? No. This is the first time that tale. I see again in your eyes a need that I believe in and a need for support. I believe you. I've never seen anything, but I believe. And you know what? I'll help you, we'll look for souls in bodies and take these views you. Another beautiful smile she gave, followed by a tight and heated embrace. I thought we kissed, but she with charm to pull away, asking about my story. Still in the course of autopsy I identified myself with psychoanalysis. I know that many study 4 years to psychologist and psychoanalyst for 4 and even a couple of years for a doctorate in Freud and Lacan probably. But I could not understand very deeply the mourning and melancholia Freud spoke. I do not know how to say is complicated, it is actually simple. I started reading a lot about grief psychology, like other sections of psychoanalysis. Not only about Freud and Lacan, but also Klein, Winnicott, Carl Gustav Jung, among others. Can I delete mourning and melancholy in easy mind? Death does not shake me. It makes me feel alive. I can set anyone around me, as if I know what they want or think. I know the people better than they seem. Many years studying for this, but myself without diploma am a better psychoanalyst who graduates. These pampered with care IRAs and profession are not anybody, and are just taking our freedom to be who can be professionally. They are like walking corpses, devoid of reality. They do not know what is crying alone in his dark, cold house, full of moisture, without future prospects, without even having reason to follow. Their life is not worth more than a dead body of a pauper in a IML. After some quiet time, is your answer. You always do it. This what? Change the direction of the subject and victimizing, with such poetic drama. I do not know, laughs. But I have heard that I am sometimes dramatic. And dumb, easy reasoning because of dyslexia. The conclusion ADI made me more sure what kind of wonderful woman she was, and his conclusion was quick and firm. Well, you know, if you say you are worth less than a corpse to a pauper in the IML, then that is what they are worth. After all, you are the psychoanalyst. The conversation followed, showing that much we had in common, even the coincidence of having the same professed autopsy assistant. She class before mine, both in a tame Paulista. Per coincidence, the best teacher, it was my cousin Andrew, a great reference in the necropsy. We went back to work, and this week spent more. I approached ADI. Back home was torturer. She did not get out of my head, just thought if she penava me. The next night ADI and I worked in different bodies, but always watching us. But the voice of a necropsista particularly irritated me. It was all the screaming, shouting, and noise always bothered me. He liked to look ugly with bulging eyes to new students and smaller than him, and looked at the body of every stage of the girls or necro. You're looking at ADI, as she passed, made me furious. He felt untouchable, perhaps the effect of cocaine and alcohol he consumed to get to work, unlike ADI and I who did everything with a straight face, or maybe it was for its size. His name was Andrew, same as the name of our teacher necropsy. He was a black of at least 1 meter 90, 120 kilos, with a belly however strong, maybe 45, messy hair and growing in disorderly fashion. We have many deaths today. We need 2 volunteers to turn the night working, releasing deaths. Is not that what you want for life? I stay, said ADI, and I without wasting time answered to the arrogant Andrew. Me too, I am. ADI smiled and went back to work. We knew we would be just the two all night. Why others necropsista not IRAM work equal to ADI. Probably they enter and went all night necropsy room. They would spend more time using drugs than working. For them a great chance to divert organs, and for me a great chance to get closer to more effectively. Andrew passed me by giving strong pat on my back, messing my hair and glasses. Everything was ADI laugh, but it sounded to me as a provocation. Would if I was not a boy of only 1.65 m he do that? As if the addition were no less than me, he would speak so loudly to her? During the morning, it did not take long for necropsistas leave catched to their cars, likely was the cause. Deviation of bones and organs. ADI pulled me by the coat corner. I thought about you a lot these days and you being so attentive to me. I think I cannot do it, but I bought something for you. She takes the coat, a light grey box with a red ribbon. Retreat the tape and open the box, has a scalpel and a silver pen. In these recorded words written. In scalpel written ADI for Dawn, necropsista, in pen ADI for Dawn, psychoanalyst. I love it. She smiles at me and almost kissed the SVO corridor. But Andrew hits count the box and tip. This is no place to waste time. They have just autopsy. It passes and kicks to take the box. I refrain, pick up the box and the scalpel without realizing that the pen had fallen too. Puts cash in a pocket and knife in the other. I have nothing for you. No need. No, wait, I'll get something for you. Embarrassed and angry by Andrew's attitude, I go to the emergency room, caught sweets using the technique of ADI. When I return, the necropsistas now leave their cars past me. I watched his departure, the SVO door vigilant, Joseph, sleeping on his red plastic chair, not watching anything. I reduce the steps holding the sweet against his chest, and watch ADI hard to open the chest, and the unbearable voice Andrew screaming, calling her sluggish and weak. The subject was not even dirty, had not put his hand on anything all day. Almost going behind your back, I stop for a minute and observe. I could not be quieter. ADI was with tears in her eyes, feeling humiliated. I think you should not talk to her like that. How is it? I think you should not talk to her like that. He should apologize. Andrew, who looked at me over his shoulder, lowered his head, laughed cynically, supports hands on the table and speaks quietly to himself. This will not pass. By his sentence I realize now that the stress of working with morning messes with your head and drugs do not improve it. But that has not stopped it. Turns, punching my face, knocking me down. Sweets and glasses flew away. Andrew walked up to me with anger in his eyes, but before he reached me, ADI took an attitude that I never imagined. She hit him in the back with a butcher knife. He slowly turns disbelievingly with frightened face. She tries to hit him again, but he holds his hand on top. Quickly got up. I have sent the knife in his pocket and cut his neck. He released her and was struck twice in the stomach. I succeed in sequence several blows with the knife, cutting him as he tried to defend himself with his hands on his face. In both walk away and all my discharge anger at the man. He lay on a stretcher, unable to speak, but his eyes implore clemency. ADI does not condone the strikes several times in the body. The poor appearance disappeared. She had a smile on his face and blood esperava for her and for all sides. When he splashes on my face is that I realize, wiping with your hands what we did. ADI, ADI, ADI. He died. She looks at the body that much has not reacted, catching the air, turns to me. And now? What do we do? Calm, calm. We cannot lose your cool. We have a lot of time. The other necropsistas will take to return, the watchful sleep. So that comes the idea of what to do. When I try to wipe the blood on my face, it seems that something changes in my. Perhaps this was the end in my peak of the iceberg, the end of my consciousness. The solution is all around us. We have the perfect environment. I had already examined his psyche. He was crazy, shaken by the work. So we do not kill, we prevent a possible killer live, and now you will get the fleece, and if you see it, then he is not dead. We will continue ADI, we were looking for soul behind bodies but we boning it, tear muscle by muscle. And if we find the soul, we kill. But what if we do not find Dawn? We keep looking, and so remains within other bodies, other parts thrown away as medical waste, no one will notice. Who would get DNA, or any trace in a morgue? Here is the perfect environment to disappear with a body. And if you have the gift of seeing your ADI soul, then we do not kill, the dead live, and we bring them back to life, we are the instruments of immortality, we relieve. Dawn raises his arms and looks up screaming. We reanimamos. I am now formed not only in psychoanalysis. I graduated in resuscitation. Yes, Dawn, and this is not your training, resuscitation is his doctorate. Not ours. Our doctorate. Yes, ours. ADI, to agree with me, running towards me with a proud smile. Here then we hugged and kissed. Adrenaline and excitement was such that we love about the bodies. ADI rubbed the dead tissues in her half-naked body, covered only by her lab coat. After we surrender to what we feel and tunermiss the bodies have not autopsied, we started our work covered by the blood. In a few minutes sumamos with the body of Andrew. His clothes were in the trash along with many other clothes, washing the face blood were normal for a working day. While ADI sutured the last body and I bathed my face, the other necropsistas arrive. I dare the tired voice of those who have just woken up from Joseph, talking to some of them. They enter, ADI cuts the line node, in the stomach of a lady who takes arms and legs more with it. I see the amazement on the faces to be all set. Where's Andrew? I thought I had gone with you. Where were you? At this time ADI and I realized that we would still have witnesses that working all night, and we knew nothing of the necropsista Andrew disappearance. After all, they'd never be able to say that came out of SVO, abandoned duty, and were trafficking in human organs and bones. Our attraction only grew stronger over time. Before long ADI come to my home to live with me, and the days following were unforgettable. Until ADI told me that we would have a lot of work, because she had found a way to help internal and nurse. She applied lethal doses of potassium in patients requiring attention, or she thought. She said that we were saving all because she was no longer seeing the spirits. For ADI, it meant that she sent them to some other place. ADI also began to complain too much of my new collection of pieces of organs or tissues that we killed. We were going through our first relationship crisis. It was then that a nursing student began attending the hospital. Blonde, thin, even lower than ADI, green eyes, a beautiful smile, and fragrant with the smell of flowers and cream. His name was Aline. Aline was sweet, with a naive air, those people always cheerful and full of life. I quickly felt close to her, we had a lot in common, even the interest in psychoanalysis of mourning. But I only had an interest in his energy, his joy, but I think that ADI did not see it that way. Maybe ADI have seen me eating candy in the same place I ate with her has left her jealous. In fact, sometimes he could not explain what was going through his head. ADI. One night there were reporters and police all over the emergency room. We knew something was wrong. Before we could move the hall to the SVO, a civilian police arrived to us. Good evening. Do you work here? Yes. So you should know a colleague of you, Andrew? You found him? As well? I did not say that he was looking for. I think what she wanted to say is that a long time ago that it does not appear here. Yes. And as we all commented that not even calling him or at his home find it. Anyway. Right. Well, he is still missing. But we are no longer working on the assumption that he was gone. We know that few people like him, we are thinking of murder. As you said, he was just a colleague, many in and out of the morgue. We have no control and sometimes do not talk even among us. Of course. Dawn and ADI? Right? Yes, and you? Lopes. Researcher Lopes. We cross the hall. And he returns the word to me. You know, Don and ADI, the strange thing is that the last time he was seen was coming here in the IML. This is not IML, is SVO. Whatever. I'm here a few days, seeing all. You know Andrew was my friend. So if you are here for so many days and he was your friend, you must know where he is. Excuse, have work to do. Only one thing, I found this pen here in the hallway. It must be yours, is not it? So I asked Joseph about who you were. Yes, and my yes. Thank you. Care should be taken here, should be easy to miss something. Yes. A lot can disappear here. At that time he looks at me different. I do not know if he gave indirect for me or if he understood my metaphor. If he did not suspect anything, now he went off. ADI pulls me out to talk. He must suspect something. I think not, but Joseph must have woken up and saw that Andrew returned. And what do we do? Let's finish the witness, take your organs and perpetuates it, reanimating. And then we stopped, before they discover. I realized then that what drove our relationship was morbid, had to be dealing with something connected with death. I saw in the eyes of ADI the same look when we met and my heart was beating like again. I know to some this may seem a story of death and terror, but is actually a romance, a love story. That night we turned working again. Lopes spent sometimes the door, even came with Joseph in Death's check room. He seemed to question Joseph, always asking about Andre's disappearance. The clock struck midnight, ADI and I were alone and it was very cold that night. Lopes' cell phone rings and the high audio I heard that he had to attend an event. Lopes said goodbye and rushed him even through the hallway talking on the phone. I grabbed Joseph in the back before he left, and stabbed him in the chest. He crawled across the floor, in his eyes had a look of fear and misunderstanding that made me angrier. I stepped into his face and I will cut your head off. ADI sitting on a stretcher, he swung his feet, laughing and applauding me. I threw my head to her, she put her head in her lap and rested his arms on the skull. Look for the soul there. I have a surprise for you. Today we have 2 jobs to do. To work? Yes, yes. ADI, you had promised not poison anyone. Who poisoned you? No, no. I did not poison anyone. ADI stands up and his expression changed, as if you were angry. She looked at me with a frown and look sawed me. She walked to a covered body in the corner of the wall. Remember the death I brought earlier? I remember. Discovering the body, she answers me. The body was purple face, tongue out and eyes bulging. In his neck had strangulation marks. So was his little friend, Aline. Wow, she died, laughs. Why did you do that? We were working in a room, no one was, only a young man in a coma for an accident. She talked incessantly, always lively, arranging an empty bed. Then she began to talk about Andrew and asked if I thought it had to do with his disappearance, sudden deaths in the emergency room beds. She said she believed to have a connection, and that the police believed that this could have something to do with the disappearance of Andrew, and that the police had asked about it to her. She also said he believed there was a connection, and asked me if I thought I could have a murderer walking around the holy house. I took a thread of a machine and wrapped around her neck and strangled. RADI, that does not answer my question. What if someone saw you bring her? As one would see if the body was covered? Now go look for her, they already would look for Joseph and by Andre. So you think right boot someone's head, but it is wrong to do something for her? Are you worried about her? No. What is the problem then? Insumamos with this body, and you revives the world of the dead. At that time ADI take a knife and stabbing the body of Aline, she talks and approaching. Then that bitch was the one who could not die, Dawn? You're worried about her, is not it? No, I'm worried about you. You are uncontrolled. Maybe you'd rather it was me lying there on in her place. No. She comes with the knife turned back and I realized that I could be the next victim of the ADI. so without her noticing hold my scalpel without taking it out of pocket. You love her, right? No ADI, is not it that I love? ADI frightened look at all sides. They are here. I see them all. You said you'd help and now everyone is here, to her friend. ADI takes hands to her head, she's in shock, turning to all sides. I try to calm her down, but getting close to her she defers a cut on my chest. You want to stay with it, then I will send you to where it is. ADI again turns the knife down and lift with both hands above the face, but before she hit me cut his arms with a scalpel. We ran the room trying to hit one another. But it hit me that a stab in the belly first. I fell to the ground dropping bodies. Uncontrolled and angry ADI rises in my chest and before he can kill me, lopes back room, and scared pulls his revolver. Google Tradutor para Empresas Google Toolkit de Traduco para Abstradutor de Sites Global Market Finder. Stop now. ADI did not hear him and broke up the police. He fired the shot caught in his shoulder that made her fall to one knee and raised another, trying to find the strength to get up and get your knife. When ADI joins forces and go toward the knife, Lopes kicks in Joggin zero her face against the wall. Immediately screaming in anger grabbed the police gun in his other hand where he spent holding the fairy ADI. We fought with weapons, his revolver shot breaking the small windows of SVO. As we fought discussed. How did you know it was us murderers? What the guard told you? No, I found nothing so far, only I knew that you knew of Andrew. I knew because it has a front camera for SVO entrance, so I know you saw him last. The guard said nothing. Lopes can intercede with me then headed to a knee to the stomach, and strong punching me with the gun cable. At this point Lopes, led by emotion to know who were the killers of the morgue, because we had no way to explain the body of Aline and nor that of Joseph. Lopes shoots twice at me. In the leg and chest. ADI shouts my name and hits him with a squeegee on his face. The squeegee breaks and its revolver falls to the ground. Lopes grabs her by the neck and against the wall, try to get up, but the injuries do not leave. Other police, military put and not civilians as Lopes enter the SVO. The shots attracted the attention of all the emergency room. Drop the knife. Lopes tries to explain, loose ADI falling down, but he turns up the knife and the police shoot him. Your body takes to fall, falling after the shots stop chest on the floor. I could hear ringing, and see the lights of sirens outside, the police slowly ran and blurred before me. All I saw was ADI against the wall looking at me and smiling. And I reciprocated. I love Dawn. I also ADI. Despoys agreement a few hours in a hospital room, everything is calm, ADI lying on a bed next to mine, you begin to wake up. A nurse, writing reports, comes my devices and smiled as a sign to be all right. What clearly bothered ADI a bit. A police officer presents to us. Well, I know you must be tired, but as soon as they recover we'll need the testimony of you. We were already watching the police Lopes some time, distrusted that he was somehow involved in traffic organ with Andre disappeared. We have pictures of the front of the security cameras of his SVO in and out a few times, even he was the last to enter with Joseph still alive. Unfortunately we not stopped in time, but you saved this maniac before he killed them. Same probably been doing with other bodies as well as Joseph, and who even knows we'll find the body of Andrew. We're sure Lopes killed him too, probably organ trafficking money. But now dead Lopes will not know their real intentions. Well, I'll leave the two alone and so recover return to tell us. The officer retires. ADI and I grabbed the hands of each other. ADI? Yes. Marry me? With tears in her eyes and always with her beautiful smile she replies. Yes, yes. We were free, no one ever distrust of the two. Nobody ever would link the killings to both, we committed the perfect crime. Well, that until we get back to kill and be arrested and did not stop when we leave the prison, nor when our son was born. But that is another story. I know that for many this may seem like a horror story and murder, but for us is a story of romance and love. A love for the rest of life, a life that began where the lives of many ends. A love that found life in death. 1204. Which leads to death is to think you that it does not require, that is messing up the lives of others, there is no reason to be here. Lost dreams and no hope for a better future. We are all guilty of a suicide, if it goes lower zones or anywhere slaving your take, we will go together. We are all one. We are all guilty. Wait an age losing the corner of life around the corner, it would be more painful than the pain that existed in now. It is sad to see that no more than a corpse that just will be flavor of the month and tears reasons a week. He was killed not by shooting in his head, he killed some time ago with their own mistakes. He not only killed himself, more was killed by the mistakes of others not remembered. Aminos, send a message, give a hug, call, lose 5 minutes of your life can guarantee another day of another person's life. But who did it for him? And how many others expect the same and nobody cares, nobody notices? How many people are invisible and how many of them you do not see? Now it's too late. The book Gulsi. The images of that night follow me as you nightmare. When I see the old house in which he lived. Some things are better dead. If I knew it would be the last time you see them, it would be the last time I would see my family. I would have thought of something better to say. I remember her smile and how my son was playing by the pool in her arms. Got up from the chair, said he would sleep. She smiled at me. It got to the cruise poolside. All of the fourth way to ship laughed, drank as if they hear tomorrow. For many end to there. I did not have a sign, I had a feeling, just woke up with the sea coming in furiously. I had bodies everywhere, but I was not able to see their bodies. After the rescue to save us, I waited one by one of the survivors leave the sea, then waited one by one of the deceased removed, but the force of the sea has chosen for them never to be found. The two were swallowed, they disappeared in the immense rough sea beneath heavy storm. The sight of the house turns my stomach, as if I felt the taste of salt water entering the lungs. For this reason I sold our old house and bought a house on the coast, on a hill overlooking the sea. I could not live with the memories he had at each end of the old house. In my new home I thought I could start over, but basically the reason I moved to the coast, it was still hoped that the two would beat on my door again. In the vast, empty, and dark house the coast I just sinking me more and more. There's this point in my life I no longer went to work, did not write more my novels, my poems, and so little skirt music of the strings of my old acoustic guitar collecting dust leaning next to the fireplace that warmed me every night sitting in my chair, a room of few furniture, no TV or light, because for some time I did not pay my bills. The night only the firelight illuminated the room and the moonlight the room while I sat in front of the fire warmed me and drank and drank and drank without stopping. It was hard to climb the stairs to the huge room so drunk. My feet seemed to have caused cement as those the Italian mafia used to drown their debtors. I will not lie saying that this idea was not me tempting. Sink into the sea with weights on his legs and never return. The will was even greater when the pain grew into the room alone, with white curtains that fly in the wind from the large window overlooking a balcony overlooking the misty marsh. Along with the wind came the sound of the sea, its waves breaking on the hill. The double bed did not bring comfort, rolled from one side to the other, hugged the pillow shell like my wife, but sleep would not come. I got up, I went to the bathroom from the bedroom, I supported my drink bottle in the sink and stared at me for a while. Me ashamed of myself for not having saved my two loves. I saw my dark circles, unshaven hair, and shoulders. Slightly washed my face with water and put the white dress shirt into the black social cause, took a deep breath, turning to stare at me in the mirror. But the sound in my mind, the sea, the cries, was tormentor. Tears ran my face, in my moment of pain and guilt, I struck my reflection. Spreading the glass sink and tearing my right hand. I wrapped a washcloth to cover the cord and with the same hand grabbed my drink. Even intertwining legs headed to the outside of the house, I stopped the edge of the hill, I saw the sea for a while, took a stick in the beverage and tacked the bottle overboard. I looked to the heavens, I opened my arms and cried without saying a word, dropping to my knees, my eyes returned to the sea and begging in whispers that Bad could hear them by the sounds of the waves, saying, "Return them to me, please. Some things are better dead." I dropped my head and saw my gold chain with a crucifix. A gift from my wife when we were dating yet. A flash memories came to me with her putting me in the current and speaking into his ear that he loved me. Tore off the chain, I got up and tackled against the tide. I returned home, drunk and staggering, marking my steps with the mud that was near my shoe. I walked a little more and disequilibrated me falling on the bookcase. All books were scattered and small Bible black cape with red marker and title in gold and yellow, fell on my lap. The time it got up and turned the page to me, reading an excerpt from his text, standing in front of the fireplace. Corinthians, paragraph 15, to God we are a sweet odor of Christ among those who are being saved and among those who are looking for the latter, smell that comes from death to death, for the first, smell that comes from life. And who is adequately qualified for these things? We are. I closed the Bible and looked at its cover again. From death to life? But surely the answer is not here. If it was worth something they'd be me. With his left hand tackled the book in the flames of the fireplace, I pulled me walking backward, colliding with a small table on which was a picture against the wall. I attacked the picture against the wall and broke all the furniture one by one until there was nothing, and I ended up passing out drunk front side of the stairs to the front door. Sleeping, could feel the sound of the storm that grew outside, making the sea and the wind scream louder, with thunder, lightning that echoed in that huge house. While he slept and dreamed, the restlessness of my body was changing the rhythm that the dream had become a nightmare, and the sweat was cold. At first I dreamed that entered a bath and sank my body and my face in his hot water, and I appeared quick pictures of my son and my wife, an image of me standing in front of our old house, and seconds began to age until fall. The tub began to stain your water with blood and various cadaveric hands were trying to drown me. After I saw the wreckage of my old house, and a flood took Woodhouse though, so I can escape the bathtub, me crawling and retrieving the air. The bathtub was outside the house. On top of the hill, I see one of cadaverous hands lean on the edge of the tub, trying to get out of his background, with blood gushing out. Besides the hand to reveal part of the red hair, thin and long. Before seeing his face scared me turn and try to run to the top of the hill, but its muddy ground by rain makes me slip. I look back and I see no one, not even the bathtub, only a crucifix with chains on their ends. I turn back and see the creature cadaverous hands and red hair reaching out to get me. Her big eyes and yellow frightened her more than her small, sharp teeth. With the scare descend rolling hill that looks size fold and stop crying back against the crucifix. The crucifix breaks and falls on top of me. I take arms to the face, is not raining and I'm over the hill. I try to get up, but I'm stuck at current beneath the mud. Some hooded men pull a series of streams, low mud digging up the crucifix and me rising to the top. This time having to see how they are, but the hood hides his face. I can only see horns sticking out of the hood, salt black hand with nails bent, and his feet were lamb legs. Behind them 4 porcupine girls dance and laugh naked. The sound of a drum played by conjoined babies attached to the body of a donkey. At the foot of the crucifix a lady with a wedding dress cries, and the edge of the hill a couple without clothes, only towels boiling, rolled their faces kiss, hitting tooth with tooth. Covered their skulls and burned, sticking and crumbling to the touch, the wetted parts and stuck together with glue on his face fades slightly as if still burned. I close my eyes and the sound of the drum, crying and laughter increase. I open my eyes and I'm not on the cross. I am alone, suit near and on the floor instead of mud has roses, and see in front of me on the edge of the hill my wife holding hands with my son. I cannot move, both stretched hands, but she throws herself into the sea. What wakes me from the nightmare? The front door opens to the wind. My head ached, seemed about to burst, looked around seeing things destroyed in the ground, walked to the door and watched a little rain. Slowly back the door, she stepped away from me and violently it opened, turned, and saw him standing at my door, that horrifying figure. Its strong smell inebriated local, instead of clothes he wore old and wet rags, wrapped all around the body, and a hat. Big brown fisherman who covered his face with seaweed scattered. His dark skin seemed to cheer about his bones. His eyes were entirely black and beside the face, with slight rise forward, had no nose, and had a row of teeth incavalavam above the ear in a disorderly manner in his chest. Little claws as lobsters and wires out of his face also reminded, and his hands and feet were bound as fins that hindered their walk on land. What you are? What you want? I am the Tory home to Antigorian and messenger Gulsi. I'm here because you called Gulsi. I did not call. His family were lost in the sea. Who is on the ocean floor is taken to Antigorian, a kind of underwater hell for those left behind. They only their bodies work as purgatory, serve property of left behind. They are my property, not Gulsi. The biggest claws Tory breast messenger, unfolding inside him, reaching back and grabbing a book and putting in his hands, collecting just his claws. Gulsi does claimed ownership property, and want to back read book, and Gulsi left them to return. But remember that deep tame was just bodies. Gulsi can return their bodies with life, but with soul, these are not at sea since they disincarnated. If they can live again, so I praise Gulsi. Read the book. Tory put the book on the floor and opened his home crowd in the chest skin and drew a sharp medallion, silver snakes, and placed on the book cover. Use the medallion, it is what will make you a worshipper of Gulsi, and so his prayer will be heard. But dare follow my advice, your story in your life, burn the book and the locket. Let the bodies live as servants on the seabed, as I serve. His wife and his son is no longer who you met. The souls do not live in their bodies, to claim his property cannot go back. If it makes your body also becomes property Gulsi. If you read the book, his son, his wife, and you have names, because past history does not matter, a new writing and it names do not matter. Tory turns and walks with difficulty out. When I go to the entrance I see no sign of creepy and smelly creature, which made a peaceful image, depressing and weak. Raised the table throne to the ground, put the necklace with the medallion pointed snakes, I knelt in front of the table, I propped the book on its surface. I supported the left hand on the cover, read the cover sayest written in gold, Antagoria's craft. Fall hay pages slowly and then quickly, but they were all blank. Only in the book's center had a few words. Ignoring what Tory said, the spoke. Crichton, King, Gibran. And repeated 3 times, increasing the tone, covered by thunder. I closed the book, raised a poltrona putting on the front door, waited for hours, it opened and nothing. I fall hay the anguished book, but there were no other words. I decided to sit back and wait again until I fell asleep. My sleep this time avia been calm and deep sleep, as a time no longer slept, not even remember what I dreamed. When I opened the eyes, still with his head hurting the undertow, I saw the door ajar quietly on the floor, small wet footprints of a barefoot and small standing next to my footprints, already dry and muddy. Small footprints circled the chair. I turned to accompany them and stopped running when they came to follow a straight line toward the fireplace. Bad could not believe the fire, staring at me over his shoulder. He was my son, and for some reason I could not pronounce his name, I could not remember. He got up and stood in front of me. I went toward him. He falls to his knees in front with hands in his face. He was cold, all wet, it's nearby, and straight hair to her bare feet. Break off my shirt and covered him. He was still with the same bathing suit she wore on the ship's pool. Strong, embraced, has never hugged anyone. Never let you out of my life, never. Hunger, I feel very hungry and cold. We ate and then fleece eat with a hunger of those who did not eat for a long time. I took him up and bathed her in the tub with hot water, until her pale appearance vanished, and I had my boy again with the same appearance and smile. I could feel the heat coming back to your body. They took a room to the right of mine. I did not ask for a moment about where he was, kissed his face and covered his body, turned off the flashlight I used to your room have light and left the door ajar, and the hall put a candle accesses with a glass face on it to prevent her from falling and provoke an accident, so he would have light in the hallway. I promised him there that morning would buy clothes there that morning he would buy clothes and Maria a way to pay the bills and everything would be as before, but I still did not remember his name. While I was taking a shower in the bathroom of my room could hear distant shouts. I turned off the shower and tried to pay attention to the sound and seemed to be my son saying, "Hunger, hunger, hunger." I wiped my face and threw the towel on the first aid I used to bandage the hand box. I put back my black social cause. My son's bedroom door was open, the glass was on the floor and the candle was gone. I was in his room, grabbed the lantern, lit the place with her. His bed was messed up and he was not there. Followed the hall, down the stairs, went to the kitchen. The fridge was open and all her food had been eaten, leaving a mess on the floor. My son was crouched holding raw meat and eating like an animal. When I tried to touch him, he quickly turns around and bites my arm, drawing blood. I walk away scared. He starts to choke. I run toward him, knock on his back and crying he regurgitates a dead rat. His crying and hugged my arm so that was suffocating. My amazement was so when my amazement and disgust. The took to the room so quieter, again put him in his bed. While I pull away I see on her face her black eye and lifeless, murmuring a low gornido and rosnesso like a cat with a stabilized laughter coming from inside, along with a sadistic smile and strange, like announcing the presence of a hyena in as I walked away. My soul was frozen with fear, but I kept control. Someone who loses a husband or wife is called a widower, who loses his parents is an orphan, but there is a name given to anyone who loses a child. Perhaps because there is no word that defines the loss of her son. Pus me to bathe again, I could only put the same clothes amarotada and dirty, but I perfumed and shaved. I knew she would. I calculated in my head. Tori arrived at midnight as advertised, the tolling bell of the room clock, and my son an hour in the morning, and he already arrived at a time, then maybe it's time to get it. Cai in bed on a fervent anxiety, all the noises seemed to get higher my attention. The rain, the tolling of the clock, the thunder, the sea. So I dare the strong door knocking, followed by a brief silence broken only by the sound of wind. I look closely at my door without lifting my whole body from the bed. Dare then the slowly steps up the stairs and approaching the sound when approaching the bedroom door. Pale and wet hands hold the door jamb, leaning to enter. Here comes in front of me, naked, picks his with cold, my wife. Despite its tired appearance, lost and pale skin, she was beautiful. She walks slowly toward me and I fell on my knees waiting for her. There are, as I waited for it to feel it, touch it, get it for me, to have it in place where it should never have left on my side. The hug wrapping my arms around his icy hips, laying my face on his lean, well-defined stomach, I put myself to cry and his hands caress my hair. I rise before the most beautiful woman in the world, she smiled, kissed and I felt like fire runs through every part of my body. Possess me, she says sweetly, whispering in my ear. When we lay, realize that water runs off your body with body oil and cordura. But nothing for our bodies. He fell into a deep sleep and inebriated hours later. Agreement. A pain in my hand cut awakens me. My son sucked my blood, but I try to push up it without even having chances to get close to him and heard him say, "Hunger." The boy runs towards me biting my leg, trying to eat it. Lift it and throw it in bed. Standing encarando me with hatred and wheezing challenges me to look. I extend my hand for to calm down. Calm son, calma. A bite on my forearm that kicks off a piece of it. In reaction to pain, a punch with his left hand hit him to the ground, laughed and ate my arm, followed by a cry of moving trial and outstretched arms calling for father. Just look, holding my bleeding arm. Who are you? Who are you? Why did you bring us here? Why? Unable to respond to my wife, she begins to choke and his stomach something grows and rises to mouth her womb. I tear in a dead child covered by salt water and seaweed. She lifts it over his head while on the ground. Your son. This is your son, we just do. She smiles and chokes salt water. The two begin to laugh. I go down the stairs bumping into the walls, racing to get to the outside. I catch sight of Tori stopped next to the book on the floor. Bad care about your presence. Do not do it. I beg. Shut up. From the outside, picked up an axe and returned home, again ignoring the Tori warnings, caught big bags of garbage in the kitchen and up the stairs. Going up the last step I can see that something was carried to the room of my son, probably the dead womb. Taken by an immense fury invade your room and see that child creature devouring the dead brother corpse. Before he lift swatted him and strike up butchers it. I return to my room, dragging a garbage bag with the pieces of my son. I dare the shower is on, my wife looks reanimated the waterfall, embraced on his knees. Looking over his shoulder and lifting slowly while talking she says raising the tone every word. Pain of the body without soul is greater than the pain of the lifeless body. Yelling she tries to grab my neck but I raise the axe with one hand and with the other to strangle the axe breaks the bathroom light that is very lit by candles. Likewise escort a GI it. Drag their bodies down the stairs, through Tori who is still in the same place. Not say it. I keep dragging out, outside the messenger figure is still trying to convince me still. They are yours. Words do not fit me to stop it. On top of the cliff, step again for Tori. They are your property, your property. The edge of the cliff screamed Gulsi. You wanted them, take them back. That's not my family. I played hard their bodies still shuffled the sea, pulled my locket and taqui as far as possible. I go down again to the entrance of the house. Tori is in front of the book, he still watches me. Pick up the book on the floor and open. Many words this time appear. Tori recalls. This story has not been written Avia. I see in fast past, excerpts of my whole story, illustrations. I cannot avoid going straight to the end. Then snakes invade the mansion, strong mind opening the door, linked to Gulsi body they pull the infidel out. The doors are strongly pushed by its huge snakes before they run one of them is rolled down my leg pulling me and then the other having to hold me, but they are very strong. I pull up very fast cliff me rising from the ground. Huge octopus tentacles with barbs out of water for showering and taking me to the ocean floor. He could feel the air running out, little water came in, I felt my skin squirm its tentacles, the pain was so much that was numbed. I cannot describe where or how much was dragged until he could not feel or hear anything. Everything was dark. I open my eyes and I'm on the cliff. Choking with salt water and feel the creature's smell on me. The medallion is in my neck, I cannot sign right legs on the ground, step by Tori, lowering his head and goes against my direction fading into empty, face the front door Tori pass me by again, fading. With difficulty I get home. Tori is stopped and reaching out and now with a spinning wheel and all-powerful voice, formulates me these words. Take your book, Tori. He fell to his knees in front of the book with unbearable chest pains. I catch sight of many Tories coming from every corner of the house, all similar with subtle differences. Tearing clothes chest and claws rip through me, my back open and my jaw guard my book in my lung. I see my hands, body, and face changing. I was Tori, condemned slavery in Gulsi kingdom to take care of mine. Some things are better, dead. Pity, Samson, and I. Returning home one evening in thin and light rain, I think of the silence of the dark street, what is wrong? Where I went wrong? How many times I prayed and asked to have someone who fits in my dreams, that changed my life. Twice I was presented with 2 angels, and no I valued. Rather roll in the trash with girls, people, and places that never paid off. I should have spent more time with these girls than in the worst dens of Augusta Street and the city center of Sao Paulo. I can say I had 2 gifts of God and prefer rolling in the trash, and now only the garbage I have in my life. As if in answer to my ingratitude, so often prayed and asked girls like that and when I had, I ran to scroll between hugs girls who were worth less than trash, so the answer was clear. It is rubbish that you want is to waste it will have. As once he told me my tired old father, the answers we seek in life is life itself. This is how God answers you. But sometimes it seems to have eyes that are not to see, as it says in the book of Chico Xavier, they are home. Walking down the street I think I dare someone call me, I look back, but have no one. I remember Susanna often running behind me, leaving nervous, and he desperate to see me go. There, it was today, I embrace both there, apologize and let her know how perfect she was. But I would rather scream, humiliate, and make her cry. Letitia remember that when I came home found the house tidy, ready meals and she sad waiting for me to sleep. There, it was today would not leave her alone for a minute. Today no one comes after me, I was a few minutes looking back, waiting, but no one appeared. Nor would. At home I go and loneliness hit me, care-headed, I light the lights, I the empty refrigerator and annoy me with roof leaks caused by rain. Longing my death, I am empty and full of longing. My depressive house, exalts an impending depression. A makeshift home in an old body shop. Still played materials and old cars debris, poor lighting, walls without color. Where was the office today is my home, a bedroom, divided room with kitchen and a disabled bathroom. Up the ramp of the large workshop, the bottom two small rooms. A place where I lived long, the other a bathroom. But it was not all alone, I had two dogs, Pitty and Samson. Only they were there by my side for many years. Around 10 years. Whenever there came had they to receive me. No matter how angry I was, sad, hurt or crying, there always had a fondness for a cuddle. The first to arrive was the Pitty, when I got to live where I worked before and now there was nothing. The Pitty was there. It was a painful sight, on-site human food that was taken once a week in large numbers and moved in an old drawer on the floor. The food rotted and he did not eat. That fed the day pigeons, cockroaches in the late afternoon and rats at night, that fed much food as the cockroaches. The Pitty fed almost always the rats that killed and ate. He was an animal, I did not know what love was. In many ways he was like me. One night the Pitty entered the old office, which was still full of rubbish and accumulated junk. He would rip and tear it. I tried to call him, I tried to get him, but nothing was out. I screamed and say hateful words wishing his death, attacked the water with the hose and he looked at me with eyes down walking from one side to another, and I repeated his movements. It was a fight for leadership, for territory. He spent the night there, and now I see that we are equal, two animals. He could not put his hand on it without being bitten, he would not let anyone get close to him. Pitty was mistreated, beaten, and rejected all his life, his face was covered with scars and her very thin body. Could not this dog is different? Pitty, as well as all creations on earth was a being with feelings, intelligence, and soul. Pitty, it was a dog with lots of light, and a hard life alone, he just needed to be loved as all the world needs. Samson arrived later, was the opposite of Pitty, he was abandoned there very small, it was crazy and out of control, destroying everything and so small at the beginning, hung in Pitty's ears. Who knew that dog was drawn Arya much bigger and stronger so quickly? At first I thought I had 2 mutts abandoned, but it was the workshop that housed 3 mutts rejected. I had a lot to evolve spiritually beside them and I did not know. They went hungry and cold beside me, and every night when I woke up was there waiting for me when I reached the street were there waiting for me. But alone and unemployed, and older Pitty all became more difficult. We ate as we could, worked hard and struggled, but never gave the money to us. We increasingly alone. But at some point I decided to change things. I learned to educate them and it was impossible to do this with Pitty. He was so animal that when I bought his first bone he did not know what to do, he looked and did nothing. His first dog Biscuit was equal. I've never seen a dog not tender. What were those things? After a nasty fight between the 2 dogs was forced to separate the Pitty of Samson. I had to confine it to a smaller space, because it would kill the other dog. Then I trying to teach Samson asking cookies sitting and waiting. During this process it will not be long very Pitty watched carefully everything that happened and little by little he was stopped barking with anger and just watching the sanction winning affection and Biscuit. After almost a whole bag of biscuit I went to where was the pity, and when I looked at him slowly sat up and noticed on his face that he had learned the lesson watching the Samson and me. Then I gave her biscuit, was small for a big mutt, but he ate piece by piece, savoring even hard for their teeth already old and rotten by lack of care. I removed the protections guarding it, when he did approach cuddle him as it did in Samson. He supported paws on my knee and leaned back as much as you can on me, he cries. Then I realized I needed to do more nurturing, more tightly hugged him and stroked his ears, and the first time I saw that animal, who only walked with his tail between his legs and biting all the back, shake the syrup. From that day on I was managing to break the animal in him, and he was turning in a family member, because that's what the three were. That was our band and I Tronova the leader. Time went and Samson grew madder and Pity went to sleep in my port, where the night when he was slept lying on the floor holding his feet a wooden bench for the mice not through the door, and was Pity that hunted. It was enough to an order and he flew like rocket and took mice that were to dread. Samson was the expert hunter of doves during the day. Time passed, we strengthen us and increasingly join. I had a tear I shed in my solitude that was not there patting me Pity and Samson. Whenever walked through the door there were two, sometimes could hear the sound of them running and bumping into everything before I arrived at the door. Once the Pity took to get inside the old car and beaten which was inside a greenhouse where he slept. I realized there that Pity was old. His face was wrinkled and his slow walk and was nowhere near over the same hunter. What excited him was the toys I brought, snacks and your food. Even with difficulty he walked to his bowl, and when there I was, on my door he slept, having never left it. Unlike Samson sleeping away, and dropped anywhere. Only thing that made one, or sometimes two, do not go to the door to greet me was when someone had broken something. It was easy to find the culprit because the culprit was hidden. In another lonely night, I came carrying the huge bag of feed. Only Samson was at the door, and jumping happily the food. I was proud of my new job, and buying a good food for my friends. Pity took longer than usual to come. I called and called, he crawled out of his new condom, grabbed some toys, his blanket, and lay down next to his house too. I went down with a bowl in hand, full of your preferred feed. What monster? I asked fondly to my old friend and companion of years. He raised his face and looked at me, sighing. His face showed a different strain that night. I passed my hand on his muzzle and was dry. Come Pity, you need to feed. Come old monster. With Pity effort, he took some of their food, but I could not chew it fall from his mouth, even he raised to catch her. Urged more food for him, told him he was going to get back in the good life that was when my ex-girlfriends were there. Pity took a deep breath, and began to rise, helped him to his feet, but he did not get the food and her legs were trembling, he fell. I hugged my dog, tried to put food in his mouth, but nothing worked. I was 10:30 until 3:30 in the morning taking care of my old companion. Samson all the time was my quiet side, only looking in, with happy face. I pulled the face of Pity, kissed his cheek and said softly to him, "Buddy, can go. No longer need to take care of me. I'll be fine, you've done a lot for me. No more suffering. I'll be fine, you can go." Pity struggled and turned a little face, "How can?" Licked my face and realized his effort. I saw in his eyes his farewell. I could see in the eyes Pity their spirituality and that he was there protecting me for years. I protected the way that nobody has done before, he took care of me because I took care of him. Come up with heavy heart and a sense of worthlessness and weakness that I cannot do anything. Samson, come with me. Samson, euphoric as ever, stopped in front of me, then looked seriously at him, looked into his eyes, and I said, "Samson, pays attention, do not want you bothering Pity, not to steal his food as you always do, it is not to bite him or take his toys. Now we are only two of us, you'll have to grow up and be different. We'll be alone now." Samson did not stop looking at me. For the first time that dog was serious and not crazy and euphoric. I took a last look at the Pity, he was still lying and the sanction laid on the ramp's edge looking down. The night of tears were elapsed for me, called and sent message to my sister, my ex-girlfriends, but no one was doing anything. I was not who was running after me and help me. Even I had a word of comfort. In the morning around 8 o'clock in the morning, opened the door and saw his little body still lying, Sanzeo sitting next to her looking at him. I leaned my face in the doorway and cried like a child. My friend, my protector, my companion was dead. I took his body to cremate, along with his toys and blankets. Even today his presence is strong at home, but realized that his had closed cycle, and my spirituality has changed since then. Pity only left because I said to go. He would have been in pain, but stayed as I need from him. Samson even when I came back did not eat the food of pity, as I sent. The food was the night there, and the sanction only ate when I allowed. That night, the first without pity, Samson slept on my door. Samson has changed and is no longer crazy, he turned the pity. He sleeps in the bathroom while I shower, sleeping in my bedroom door, he defends me of rats. Samson somehow understood everything I told him. And he never entered the house of pity. Life moves, Samson is old and sick. I'm afraid the time that he has to go, because over the years I was not better together but more lonely. Some weekends only spent two of us that huge, dark place. Today I am afraid to be alone. Sometimes I think the pity is there, and I see that Samson is more alone than I do. It makes me ill to know that I cannot be his friend Samson deserves. But I'm sure Samson will only leave after me, or when someone is living there. Even today it is hard to write about it, remember it. The dog that did not eat a bone, because I had never seen one, stopped in freight to the place where it was biscuits and clothes, sat and complained like a grumpy old man if I not put it your dog clothes. The same dog that was stuck to go in the pet shop bathing, the same dog that hid his favorite toys for Samson did not destroy, the same dog that gave me joy, and together the two were there for every tear and to remove all the loneliness, all evil. The same dog would never say no, or drama would find my pain. Pity and Samson showed me that spirituality is more than just that exists within us. Many women and friends passed through my life, slept and laughed at that workshop, but all of 1 hour are gone and today even memories, messages, or links have so many people who were there. Maybe not even remember that place, may not make a difference. But the only ones not turned back to the shop, to my home, and me, were these two dogs. They were there until the end. 12:05. Can I extend me the whole night, but I will not. He needed to hear, I love you. He needed to hear every day because their lack was great. Surely he asked his way. Where did he go? This wonder. Their laughter and brigadeiras were despairs, and this false joy is gone slowly, but who cares? I like your conscience will disappear, with him. Am I going somewhere? And who cares? I'll fading and so his solitary corpse in his house was sleeping. Damn dogs. Dogs. Fucking dogs. We were going in the infantry transport truck with 10 soldiers black and 2 drivers in the home of the 4 vehicles. The last protocol to us saying that the city of Santa Mariana had been deserted from night to day. 2 reconnaissance teams were sent to the site and did not return. The last contact was made by the yellow, through the communicator phone of one of the vehicles. Shouts and noises and almost nothing can be understood in screams here only. Dogs. Damn dogs. Strange fact before the disappearance of people in Piranha. Here down a light closing with a waiting at the end, in the rural part. Radar's Capitaram incredible speed in its fall, possibly unnoticed through the majority. The city had 4 hits. In were the Alpha team and we were at the entrance A. The second team was located at the entrance to Beta 2, Charlie team in 3 Delta on Wednesday. Alpha responsible for the recognition field, Beta quarantine isolation in town, Charlie field recognition on the top of the city, Delta responsible for investigating the local drop of the light beam. I was a little nervous, was my first mission, I will love a red scarf with white designs on my forehead, letting her hair fall over. So my helmet was tighter, put him from my sweat drop in my eye. We were ordered to prepare, put on the helmet. All with his M16 up, holding only with the right hand and support for the shoulder resting on the biceps, we were reaching our destination. We got off the truck, and walked carefully the quiet city streets, not seen or heard nothing but the wind. The sun burned, became stifling, perhaps the hottest day of the year. My front was Major Fucky's and side of our single file to was Colonel Wolf. I had been placed as captain for helping and survived the hunt for a psychopath in Sector 05 leakage. My name is Charlie. The Army soldiers Black Sector 05 did not use real names, random vulgos were chosen and numbering to identify us. We were a kind of secret special force in the world, all existed other equal but different names and organizations. Some soldiers together to us before we go down mocked my bandana, and via a nuisance because I am new in the industry and have a high post, which was identified by a white bracelet with Sindo number in Roman numerals. Colonel wore no helmet, just a lined uniform and a pistol Colt Special Series 12mm, round glasses mirrored, thinning hair neatly combed back prisoner's gel, a strong face and easy attitude, would never laugh and always spoke firmly. Major Fucky's was noted by far, one black 1m90, big eyes and thin but with a force-defined musculature. He wore a black band identification with a 5 in Roman numerals in white and no shirt underneath vest. The two drivers were stopped in the vehicle crossed the middle of the street at the city gate. Every house that we entered, the last soldier marked the door with red spray while two others stood at the door with the colonel. Into and out of many houses in a house under construction, a big house. I could not identify whether it was a mansion or a small building a few floors. The Mendez soldier who was last demarcating the sites, Grudo and Caparaz, are at the gateway. Passing through the rubble of the building, the first sign of life we see are pigeons out of tiles, broken ceiling. We climbed in formation to the second floor, no door was in the rooms. We went to the third floor unless there a few doors were placed in their ill-finished walls. In one of the rooms we entered, the soldier Italian Rodinite draws our attention to an already dried pool of blood on the bedroom floor. All out before leaving the eye placed woods closing the hole in the window. I catch sight of a white man with a kind of robe with silver stripes in parts of clothes and a band on his head. He looked at me. 3 dogs came to sit beside her, where the colonel and the soldiers were not faced fleece. I turned to alert the Major Fuckies, and see a black Doberman showing his teeth at me. Slowly and suspiciously back to look out the window without quickly take my eye dog. But I do not see the human figure outside, only their dogs, that one by one will be pulling in the same direction. Turning my gaze to the door Major Fuckies where this was before the Doberman. Let's Captain. We have much to look yet. There was a man out there Major, with dogs. If you have someone out there we'll find. Let's go now. When Major turns fast and fierce attack comes Doberman, biting his arm, he enters thrashing, other dogs of other breeds enter and begin to model. The other soldiers try to hit the dogs with sticks, but they do not stop moving in the Major mugs with punches, unable to take his gun. Rodinai pulls out his gun Ares light fire 70 and shoot the dogs, killing a mutt and wounding one bull terrier that accepts and bites his hand. Major reaches his knife and shoves the big Doberman, but close the window and have badly hurt he falls so the Doberman the end again. Major and all dogs fall from the 3rd floor. Start shoot several dogs that appear to devour it, followed by other shots of other soldiers. The same injured dogs run away, and only the Doberman is dead beside the wounded body of Major Fuckies. Quickly descended and joined with the soldiers of the door and the colonel, which screams gave us orders. Our paramedics Diaz and Mulrose immobilize Major Fuckies while Colonel warns drivers and the basis of what happened. Radio frequency heard members of Charlie team talk. Beware of the dogs. Do not rely on dogs. We were attacked. Lost soldiers. Shots are fired and then we can hear the screams, barks and strange sounds as sharp metal. Paramedics put Major on a stretcher and took him to the car. I'm or the soldier Grudo. Colonel leads others to team against attack to help them. Running follow our ways, but between the houses and streets, climbing we see a bunch of dogs barking and running. Captain, we will not get. Someone should get to the vehicle and bring transport to us. Taking into consideration what Mulrose spoke, I watched my back and I saw a house with open doors commanded them to come and protect the garage. Grudo followed me running. The soldiers put the Major in the back of the house, have linked their communicators' camcorders aimed at Major, so they could watch it from their monitor's wrist while stood guard at the door of the house. And we fleeces by truck. Mulrose and Diaz closed the grill gate and supported his M16 at the gates waiting for an attack. Grudo was more out of shape, and was a little behind in the race. It did not take long to get to transportation. I could see part of the beta team, insulation. Entro euphoric ordering must seek the wounded Major. Before Grudo can get something grabs his legs and pulls him into the woods, seemed tentacles with a reptilian appearance, however viscous. I started desmuniture my M16 in the tentacles, but nothing prevented drag Grudo blaring. The Delta team tried to approach, but Grudo some on the road of the forest. We heard explosions coming from the other way where the rest of the insulation team, hand grenade explosions and gunfire. We do not have time for much reaction. In seconds the whereabouts of the townspeople are revealed out of the woods, their bulging and black eyes, claws coming out of his fingers, canine teeth in the mouth of coming out, reptilian and marine forms leave parts of their curved and grotesque bodies. We fired our guns. I undo my machine gun ammo and use my 2 arms Predator Ares, knocking many of them followed. Members of the Delta are being shattered and some dragged into the woods, as if they took them to something hidden. The dogs spend to attack together, remain shooting and getting to the vehicle. One of the drivers defends me throwing out the window with his FNHAR. I enter the vehicle, try to close the doors, but the arms possessed prevent the driver is plucked out of the vehicle or even your partner trying to secure it was enough. Startled the remaining driver picks up the extinguisher and starts beating on boats, breaking them and thus locked the doors. The vehicle balance with pushes people and soon too. A silence is for a few seconds until something bigger and stronger beats against us, seems to go all around us, analyzing how to. We can see the huge and slimy tentacles pass gritting glasses strong in front of the transport truck and go on the road. A few seconds in silence looking recomposing in the comm after the attack by the front window. We tried to radio contact and got nothing. We called the communicator and see Diaz and Mulrose shooting for all sides. We cannot see much, only their faces and screaming through the television camera that had on their wrists. We moved to the Major's vision. Quick, go to them. We descended toward them and watched it all by the communicator. Major fuckies, unable to move, only stirring of the head and the movement of an arm, throws to every corner, hitting several dogs that come from all sides, killing many, hitting their heads, but the ammunition of their Ruger 100. We heard the screams and see the dogs clumping in her body to barely give more to fleece. In a final act of life, Major fuckies loose pin his hand grenade, blowing up the back of the house, killing the hungry dogs. We stopped at the door of the house too late. I go down to check, meeting half of Diaz's body. Mulrose is covered in blood leaning against a corner of the house for help. I supported him on my shoulders and went to the car. His eyes were a kind of burn. The dogs, they are not normal. They do not die. As well, Mulrose? What happened? They do not die, Charlie, and when popped the head of one of them very close to me, his blood burned my face like acid. I do not know what's inside them, but it's not from this planet. Almost blind Mulrose us show you how to quickly treat your eyes. We sell leaving only part of the right eye out. Immobilize his injured arm and he rest in truck seats. We follow the journey through containments, abandoned trucks and dropped bodies. In front of an establishment, the front of the town cemetery, found the vehicle of the yellow disappeared. The place also seemed to be under renovation, and seemed well destroyed, with some places burned. I'm going in, may have some survivor. Take care of Mulrose and stay connected with the vehicle. You'd better turn on the camera communicator. So so we know what's going on. That's right. Stay tuned and connected with the truck. I called my equipment and put one of the cameras caught my shoulder. I cautiously walked to the next room. You can listen to the driver by phone saying, "God." I took my helmet that hindered my vision, and did not want to hear noise from the phone because I needed concentration. I saw the bodies of Yellow smashed to the ground and a large band of pit bull dogs sleeping next to the bodies. I put my helmet on top of a table carefully. And I went up the stairs in the hope of finding someone alive. Once someone could be stuck up there and not down because of the dogs. Slowly and carefully up the stairs, a cracked step wooden ladder almost made me fall. I continued with more care and watching the pack of pit bulls. I observed myself. I look back and a chihuahua, snarling at me. I think quietly, only to be kidding. He starts barking and advances on me, stepping on the broken step, falling and making a noise that echoes all over the place. Pit bulls get up, look at me and quickly attack me, so I just ask, "Damn it." I run frantically to the top floor. There was not enough bullets to stop them. The pack fumbles, as are many in a very small hallway. Only 2 doors have upstairs, both locked. I try to pick a kicking her. Pit bulls are close, but before they reach me, the door behind me opens and someone pulls me inside and lock the door. With yellow and white uniform, without arms, while locking the door from the inside weak. "Thank you." Behold, turns and nervous my savior, to my surprise is a researcher. Linda, reddish hair and well-designed body and green eyes. "Who are you? How come here alone?" Part of the team was shot down, another part was helping others black in combat. "Who are you?" "Sandra. We still have living Yellow, the research center of the beam of light. We sent some men there. Then we get out of here and follow. In fact, if it were not for you I would still be hidden. In an hour these dogs would go away. What are we going to do now?" "Captain Charlie. Captain Charlie." Dogs begin to tear the door, their heads are almost through the holes they make. "What do we do now, Captain?" "Avia woods around us, would probably be used for reform." I opened the window and propped the wood of the window to the slab next door. Below, 1 more pit bull's pack slept. "Sandra, I hold the bridge for you, and you hold me to the other side." "Great, if the fall does not kill us, the dogs down there kill." Slow down and Sandra crosses. Pit bulls destroy the door more and more. Fast. I turned to Sandra, gritting his teeth and holding the plank tightly. Arriving on the other side, she holds the tattoos and says to be quick. Standing, follow quickly. Dogs destroy the door. Their slab edge, see the dogs crossing the bridge. The kick him, knocking them over, the others down, ran to the door to leave the house, but pit bulls are fast and stop at the entrance. Quickly, and watching all the camera driver to run over and position to enter. Quick, we need to go to meet the Delta team. We went to a rural area, with a large green field and a wooden house in the distance. In the entrance gate, waving and opening the door for us, with a bandage on the hand and face, he is Roddenai, along with another soldier. Did not know. Captain. How are all Roddenai? I had low. Mendez was killed by pit bulls near the cemetery. We had casualties too. Almost all. And we have a survivor. Roddenai nodded and walked away from the vehicle. We walked slowly, driving, and could hardly believe what I saw before me. We were in the field and Avia there, about 15 people, including black soldiers, yellow, and survivors. We stopped and everyone got off. There in front of me, not believing, I saw a floating sphere emitting a sound pitch. Charlie. Colonel. They had low? Yes, Mulrose rests on very hurt vehicle and attached myself and a driver survived. All the teams are dead. We have a yellow survivor. Colonel, we were attacked not only for dogs, but for people. Come on Charlie, we have a lot to talk and I have to introduce you to a person. Teacher, this is our Captain Charlie. I think it should know what to found joint left over from the Delta team. Charlie against the possessed. Possessed? Charlie, do you understand the concept of quantum physics? I for Sandra because she had no idea anything about quantum physics and she curious about answers for us. Yes teacher, we understand. The teacher realized that I did not understand anything about it. Facing the ball, with notes of papers in his hands, he looks at me over his glasses and try to quickly explain what he means. As a rush, cars lined up behind and facing the exit take care of the place. No escape me of the views that in a camp near the ball, euphoric soldiers communicate with the base. A few years ago, many in fact, a physicist, tries to understand the energy radiated by the spectrum of thermal radiation, expressed as electromagnetic waves produced by any heat-issuing body, at a temperature X arrived, after many experiments and calculations, to a revolutionary outcome that overthrew the principles of classical physics. So you begin to study the events that elapses in atomic and subatomic layers, i.e. between the molecules, atoms, electrons, protons, positrons, and other particles. After the creation of the theory of relativity, it was the first to use the quantum expression in a published research on the consequences of photoelectric phenomena, and developed the concept of the photon. This term relates to a common physical event, quantization. An electron goes from a minimum energy for the later level, if heated, but never go through intermediate stages, forbidden to him. In this case the energy is quantized, the particle conducted an energetic jump from one value to another. This concept is crucial to understand the importance of quantum physics. Their results are more evident in the macroscopic sphere than in microscopic, although the effects perceived in the visible field depend on the attitudes revealed by quantum phenomena that occur at levels below the atomic scale. In day-to-day, even without having knowledge of quantum physics, we have in our sphere of consumption many of their concrete results. Quantum physics involves concepts like particle, the object with a minimum size of mass, which makes up the largest bodies, and wave, electromagnetic radiation, invisible to us, does not require a material environment to propagate, but the empty space. The connection of quantum mechanics with concepts such as non-locality and causality, led this discipline to a deeper connection with philosophical, psychological, and spiritual concepts. Physical today is worth the concepts of modern physics to present scientific evidence of immortality, reincarnation, and life after death. A quantum sphere can come from any parallel dimension, or parallel spiritual. Example. The teacher picks up a paper and asks of approaches the ball that transmits more noise and consume paper by simply disappear in a beam of clear light blue with white center and small electromagnetic dysfunctions. In other words, the subject of the paper is now on another planet outside our solar system. Another dimension. Then the dogs are from another dimension? Dogs do not. But something came out of the ball. It has the first dogs and is now doing it with humans. The dogs are owned, Charlie, possessed by an alien entity, Tronando biodiversity, and static electricity from the body as a key to a three-dimensional sphere, or parallel, sending low-light entities, low spiritual evolution. They resist many shots, are very strong. Has some way to stop them? The head. The head is the nerve center and linking static electricity pulses. A makeshift camp in the siren starts ringing, dogs attack us, the whole pack is followed by the possessed human-like, at nightfall. Roddenai tries to warn us but has the heart ripped out by a body owned and attacked by dogs. We need to get out of here now, the base was thrown, everything will explode here, we'll erase this map of the city. The teacher does not have time to finish the sentence and run, and a German shepherd jumps on his chest up against the ball, the two disappear, causing a small explosion that plays Sandra and I on the floor. Colonel saves us from a dog attack. Go to the vehicle. Few can get into their vehicles. Those who can have their vehicles invaded by dogs and humanoids. In the crowd, and run shots, I spot the figure of the man who had seen arriving in the city. Sandra pulls me, our driver is the truck door, shouting and waving, to go. See all die, Caparaz, Seaganton and other mangled by dogs. Even with Colonel killing many is not enough to save everyone. I truck door to the Colonel, who takes off his mirrored glasses, nods and goes back to shoot all around. There was no way, it turns out. He was surrounded and our time was short. Sandra and I went, and before the driver can get a dog after another of different rare attack, you shoot the dogs, but they do not stop. The driver, without falling, crying and holding the vehicle door. One of the possessed human-like comes from behind him, with his claws slowly cut his chest and into his mouth, breaking his bone structure, leaves a canine head just in flesh and blood, biting the driver in the neck, and in his last strength he locked the sliding door of the truck. I sit in the driver's seat and Sandra goes to my hand, accelerating the vehicle out of place. I see Colonel using his last ammunition and renouncing his gun when confronted face to face with the mystery man of strange outfits. He puts forth his hand and utters something I could not hear, hitch aft, and try to come to the Colonel, but the mysterious man's chest opens out the huge reptilian tentacles of him, involving Colonel and dragging inside your body and again closing. I could not save the Colonel, but I thought I could kill that mysterious entity. I stepped over him with the truck, he got up and I ran over again. I believe he did not die, but I just needed to hurt him for the explosion to kill him. Our vehicle was slow and cumbersome, however near the end of the city with the dogs chasing us, hear a silence followed by a flash from the search field. The explosion of fire not long to bring their deafening noise that consumed the city, burning the dogs and playing in, overturned on the road out of town. According time later, I fainted for a few seconds, left bruised and staggered inside the overturned car. Mole Roses with his neck broken and Sandra waiting for me outside. I held on their shoulders from behind while she idly as I watched the flames. Vehicles and helicopters Sector 5 arrive. Lord, what happened here? From the flames ball emerges leaving a smokescreen. What possessed the animals survived. Do not worry, soldier, what happened here, it will happen again. Be it as it is, you came to this city at midnight will return. And when it happens, you'll know.